at Sun City.
And how's the play been at the table?
Good. I'm in the high roller. We're into day 2, level 8, and it's been going good. But all the players in the high roller are good players. It's the best players in the country, so it's tough tables. Depends on the table, depends on the players. Lots of experience that I gained at Vegas. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, you can't come back having played all the tournaments I played without having gained experience. So definitely.
And what does it take to take this tournament down?
Well, skill and good consistent play over 3 days, but also a bit of luck. You need to win your flips, you need to pick your spots correctly. So skill and luck in equal proportions, I would say.
How's the tournament been?
It's been great structures, good people, nice to see everybody again. It's a community, so sometimes it's not even about the poker, it's just to find out and catch up and see how we're all aging, hopefully gracefully, It is what it is.
How's your actual table been?
Fantastic, good camaraderie. We're sort of all playing relative to what we know each other for so long. It comes down to the fact that it's still early days. Some people in the newbies sometimes think it's a sprint, but it's not, it's a marathon. Cards have been good, structure's fantastic, absolutely nothing else to complain about, Mike.
And what does it take to make the final table at this kind of
Patience. A lot of people believe that you might be hurt a little bit with your chip stack and they feel that they need to accelerate trying to get it back, and that's the little edge that you need to overcome by realizing that it takes time. Wait, find position, find that right hand, and you will be, paid.
No, it's all mellow. It was still the rebuy period, couple of big hands, but no big fireworks on my table so far.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's quite tough. I mean, I have Ahmed on my left, I have Alvin, I have Steve. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, they're all not bad.
Who's the donkey at your table?
Obviously me. I'm the donkey.
How's your playing different now that you've done the whole Vegas?
Like, I've changed a lot, I'll be honest. I think in Vegas I learned a lot about playing small pot poker.
Yeah.
So I've changed to playing a lot of small pot poker. I actually play a lot more passive, which is weird. Like, I don't 3-bet as much that I did there, but I feel like it's been working, so I don't want to change it. And I mean, I'll be honest, I've learned 1 or 2 tricks, and I've tried to implement it, but it's a lot harder when people are stubborn, if you know what I'm saying. So I try to pick my spots, but just not too much different, just a little here and there.
What do you do for the mental concentration?
So I must be honest, I didn't love the 9-hour gap last night. Like, I generally want like 8 or 9 hours sleep. So this morning I kind of missed breakfast, which was a bit annoying. I generally take a vitamin, to be honest, or a Barocca or something like that to help my mental performance, a B12. JP actually gave me something B12 related and it seemed to work. So I'm trying that at the moment. Other than that, I guess it's just the excitement of the game, the rush that it brings keeps you awake. It's the late hours that struggle. Like at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I'm getting old now, so like I start struggling. But other than that, I swear I don't think it's that bad. 3-4 days, especially since, like you say, we've just come back for where we literally, even if we bust the tournament, the next day we at the new one at 10 a.m. again because of all those lines, So like, I guess that's helped. Definitely. It's trained me to be able to sit in the same spot for a while. But yeah, other than that, that's it. Have a nice breakfast, have a nice sleep. It's hard in these rooms with the light coming in, but other than that, yeah, that's it.
Baby's in.
Yeah, same. I was on.
Good morning and welcome back to the SunBet Poker Tour. This is your final table of the high roller event. During last night when we drew for last 3, 4 or 5 hands,
Exactly the joke I was
player bust, and we've reached the final table, Gary.
Indeed we have, in a veritable myriad of wonderful poker faces. We have 2 in seat number 1, Marco how do you say that? Norkia with 3,385,000. Greg Tucker, 2,865,000. Max Deverson from the United Kingdom, 2,950,000. Chipped up very quickly last night.
He did indeed.
The Doc Kanesh Pather were 1,355,000. In seat number 5, Gareth Khalil, no stranger, 1,610,000. Seat 6, JP van der Spey, 1,640,000. Seat 7, Clayton Tullyworth, 1,325,000. Seat 8, Alvin Pillay, 1,700,000. And last but not least, Mr. Henny Apple, 3,250,000. So a real good lineup there.
Yeah, and blinds will start at 40,000, 80,000 because they were in those last 5 hands of the evening in the last level.
Indeed. And talking of lineups, we have a third commentator this morning who shouldn't really require any introduction, Mr. Imran Boujani.
Thank you, guys.
Morning, Imran.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks yourself.
Good. We just bring your mic up to your mouth a bit there. There we go. We can hear what you're saying. So what do you think for the lineup on the high roller, Imi?
This is a very, very interesting dynamics here. I mean, I was part of this tournament, and throughout the tournament, a lot of shifting has taken place. I mean, there was a point where yesterday JP spun this way was literally he had 3 big blinds.
That's right, he was on fumes, yeah.
And now I see he's got a fairly decent stack. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this tournament is going to shape. There's still lots of play. Can't really say too early to say anything.
Okay, so I can't put you on the spot yet. Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Not yet.
I see there's an interesting hand taking place, and he got jacks.
Yeah, it was opened by Gareth Khalil and then 3-bet by Henny, and Gareth has
So he
folded.
lets it go.
Talking about spin-ups, last night Max Devison started the last level with 270,000 chips. In 4 hands, he'd spun it up to over 2 million.
Yes. I actually saw one of the hands when he was at risk. He had queen 7, ran into pocket 10s and finds queen on the flop.
Absolutely, that was the start.
That's what
We changed Max's table over the last change of the night, and he had 270,000. And he says to me, with a poker palm, so he says to me, 2 million before the next hour's over. He said, I'll have it. And I said, I'll bet you $100. He said, no, give me odds. I gave him odds, stupidly.
Did you lose the bet?
Of course. So, yeah, good. Max and I have a little punt between each other. But yeah, he's doing very well, Max. I've got to say, I've already been out on the limb, and I've said Greg Tucker deserves one. I think he's due, and he's my horse.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you on that one.
So that's my guy.
Yeah, he's been playing really well, and yeah, haven't really been in the highlights lately.
What do you think of young Marco Norkier?
I actually know Marco for a very long time, even before he started playing these tournaments, played a few home games and stuff, and he has improved drastically. I mean, I have to say, his game then and what it is now, it's a big difference.
Yeah, I think for a young man of 23, you look at him, he's unbelievable, and he's done well at other series, and now he's transitioned into Monster Jam, and at SunBet doing it very well as well.
He's been playing really well, he's got huge potential, and he's not shy. I mean, he's always open to discussing hands, he's wanting to learn, he wants to improve, and that's what it all boils down to at the end of the day. If you are willing to learn, you will grow. The day you say that, look, I know it all, and that's when you actually destroying your career.
100%. You never stop learning in this game.
100%.
So we'll move on to the next hand, and JP van der Stay will be under the gun.
We're going to count us into an interview. We're going to slip away from the action and go over to Ian Young.
Not now. We'll do it in the money because we're not rude. And then we'll just cover our cards the whole time.
And we are here at day 7, and we are at the final table of the high roller, baby. Final 9 players, and out of the 9 players, all of them have, at one stage or the other, have won a tournament. So we've got like 9 champions at the table in previous tournaments. So it's going to be really exciting to see who takes it down, who gets the trophy. The women's tournament wrapped up last night. Someone got a spa day, and someone got a stress ball and a t-shirt. So that was fun. And we'll see. We're going to cut back to the action now and see who wins the trophy. 850 at the top.
All right, thank you, IY, and we're back to the action.
We're going to keep talking on about Marco because he's a bit of a misnomer. We don't know him, so the graphics will come up. But yeah, Imran, you were saying perhaps we should stay here.
Oh, there.
Oh, no, it's raised.
It's a big hand, but I don't think he's getting any action there.
That was nice.
Yeah, so Marco has got a strong ROI, I understand, online, and grown considerably. I mean, you've known him since he's a man and boy, you know. So
Yeah, no, exactly. I've actually known him for like 5-6 years. He used to play small cash games and stuff. Played a lot of online games with him, and yeah, through I mean, he was consistent, learning and determined that he wanted to improve. And here we are. I mean, he's playing really good poker, and you can see his results.
and he's got a shot at the 850,000 round on top today. So
Yeah, I mean, for a young man of his age,
that's
he's
a lot of
done
money.
really well. Yeah.
a lot of money. So let me ask you another question. I mean, sorry, Mark, if I cut across you here. We got 9 on the table, 7 get paid.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of ICM this morning?
Definitely, there's huge ICM pressure. So, I mean, I haven't really looked at your 7th player gets 65,200. Yeah. I mean, so at the moment, I think most of the players are going to be, especially the short stakes, are going to be trying to survive and make it into the money. And yeah, no point in getting involved. Even big stacks are going to be very cautious at this point in time.
Yeah, I
don't think they're going to shy away from applying pressure onto the short stacks.
Yeah, so looking at the other end of that story, the man in the picture here, for example, he's won. He's not interested in 7-6, 5th or 4th. Max Deverson is playing to win. And if the math makes sense and he goes out on the bubble, that's fine by him, you know?
Look, he's been playing poker professionally for a very long time, and yeah, I think he believes in his game, and yeah, he believes he's playing to win.
And that gives him a huge advantage when we've got a 2-spot ICM.
And I mean, I was having a conversation off the table with him as well, and he says, like, this is the time where you apply maximum pressure onto the people that are really scared of their tournament life. And short stakes, and this is when you actually take advantage of your stack.
The baby's in.
Yeah. Okay, I just heard the baby's in, so somebody's just shoved their chips in.
Nash is all in with King Jack. I don't think he's getting called here.
Yeah, the initial raiser in the hijack was Greg.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, Greg's opening a lot wider, being a chip leader.
Yeah.
The
and a lot earlier, trying to apply that pressure.
Yeah, this is a perfect timing for him to be applying pressure, because nobody's going to get out of line at this point.
Yeah, and Doc will know that as well, and Doc's not scared to put his chips across the line, because Doc also doesn't want to min cash.
No, 100%, yeah.
So, Gareth Khalil, JP Van der Spey, what do you know about JP? Are you the same as me? I only heard of him at the end of day one.
Yeah, I was actually chatting to him yesterday. Most part of the day, he was on my table. Really nice guy, and yeah, we had a bit of a conversation. But I've never actually known him to be playing poker, and he actually told me he doesn't really play a lot of poker. He used to play back in the days, a bit of online and stuff. And now he's starting to enjoy the series. He's been to Vegas recently. And yeah, that's when everybody got to know him, most people.
Me being an old granddad, I didn't even realise he was like a wealthy chap. I think Mosgone called him an instant celebrity, I think he called him.
I mean...
So yeah. I had no idea. But that's great, because I just treat him as another poker player. But... you know, actually,
although he just got into the scene, I mean, you can see, I mean, he's really playing well. He's won one of the events in the series.
Yeah, a big shot.
Was 30K big shot, and now you see him final table in the high roller. I mean, he's shown his abilities really well here.
And although he's an extremely successful young man, he's actually just one of the lads, which is good. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, there's no nonsense with him, which is good. Clayton Tallywanth, we talk a little bit about Clayton. Clayton, you know, kind of edging on that professional status. Very, very solid, good, patient player, got skills.
Again, very, very similar situation like Marco. I don't know Clayton that well. I don't know Clayton for that long. I actually met him for the first time in Cape Town when we had a series last year. And I got to talking, and he's also like very eager to learn and improve, and he's played really well poker. Yesterday when we had 3 tables, he was really, really short stack, and he just held on to his stack, and he just took the right spot and doubled up, and then creeped his way through the final table. I mean, he knows his game.
Yeah, and of course, bringing up the 8 and 9 spot, Alvin Pile, no introduction required. Solid, steady, a little unpredictable, which is what I like about him. And actually very dry.
Yeah.
If you don't know him, you can come across as a little bit aloof, you know. But in actual fact, he's a really nice
I'm
chap.
surprised he doesn't actually have his glasses on today.
Well, not yet.
I think he'll put the glasses on when
he's in
the
a
time
hand.
comes.
Yeah.
There's a big spot here now. Gareth's opened huge from the
money's in.
button,
Money's in.
and Clayton went all in, and Gareth is called because he overcommitted himself with ace 8.
Yeah, that's not a
in
spot
such a
Gareth wants to
situation, look
see
at the dealer versus big blind.
Yeah.
See, and Gareth overcommitted. He put 600,000 from the button, so he had no choice but to call.
So 10's in good shape still.
No one had the ice. On the river.
Is it a Barry Greenstein? It isn't.
That's how we did.
And the 10s will hold up. Our first elimination of the day will be Gareth Khalil. And we're on the bubble.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's not great.
You know, Clayton asked the question while you guys were chatting. He said to him, blinds are what, 40-80 and you make 600 from the button?
Yeah.
He said, I'm all in. He said, you know, my 10s must be good, If you're over-raising like that. And then Gareth left himself no wiggle room because once he's committed 600,000,
once he puts in that amount of chips in the middle, there's no way
he can't fold.
Yes, if you move in.
Wow, the slot machine hits again, Clint.
It wasn't a great hand, but it's queen 10.
Can't chop that.
I see you do it the other day. No, it's not. No, because I mean, even though you win, the decision's still right. He's got ace 8.
Be the bit easy,
No, ace comes. I changed my mind about how.
People talk about how bad I am. It's really nice. The decision is terrible. No, I don't know what I was saying.
We don't need commentators, do we, Imran?
The luck would have
These boys.
It was very bad.
They're self-entertaining there.
Absolutely. We actually said to the viewers that we actually keep quiet a lot more now with the mics on because it's more entertaining. For us as well. We're interested in what they've got to say.
Exactly.
Marginal spots because that's really good. That's my feelings. Yeah, but when you get it, and he knows it. He knows it.
Really good lately. It's just struggles with patience.
I felt bad when we played cash. I sucked out on him like a spot with a set against a flush, and I felt really bad.
Actually, one of the great venue,
and that's
Sun City. I actually missed the last year.
Well, last year we were in that little room across the way, and the feature table was the other side. Quite a long cable run for us, and we were boxed in. We looked at this room, but it was very cold and damp then, and there was a lot of echo. This year we decided to change it across. More room for us.
Like just besides poker, overall the hotel accommodation, pools, and overall the experience.
Premier destination, yes.
Yeah, great.
It is one of Sun International's flagship hotels and destinations. So it's great for poker because people can bring their families and make a whole week of it and whatever. And so this is an awesome event.
And this basically completes what a lot of other venues lack. I mean, most of the time poker players' families do not want to go with them, reason being because they don't have anything to do. At least here, they get to do a lot more.
Yeah, for sure. The only downside, of course, is a bit out of the way. But I mean, you know, if you're a poker player and a DJ, you're going to travel anyhow. So.
Yeah.
And as you say, the gold at the end of the rainbow is the Valley of the Waves, the Maze, the Palace, etc. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Doc will get that steal through with the ace-6 from the cutoff, so he'll pick up the blinds and antes.
Yeah, just to reiterate to the people watching at home, we are now on the Stone Cold bubble, and that's a 65,000 rand bubble. These are all chip counts in rand. Yeah, not quite in the danger zone, but he certainly needs to do
he's
spots.
still got a lot of room with 18 big blinds, and I mean he's been really managing his stack well. So I mean there'll be still a lot of shifting that will take place, hopefully.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, you'll see one of the innovations that we've got now. We've put the big blinds behind the players as well on the skin,
yeah,
so
that's
that helps.
actually a very good improvement in your stream. Because at the end of the day, people want to know big blinds is what matters.
Yeah, I mean it's not such valuable information at the beginning of the tournament, but at the sharp end, it's a real good yardstick. You can benchmark people off it. So yeah, good point out there, Mark.
That's mine. Do you know something?
I only thought Imran would appreciate that because as a poker player, that's what he's looking at this stage.
That's all that matters. See another hand taking place here, JP.
Yeah, he's raised it up just to 200,000, JP. Just having a sniff from the cutoff, and Clayton's weight broken up with eights.
would normally.
Clayton knows that JP's opening range is fairly wide.
He's been opening really wide. But you also need a bit of aggression at this time. And he's not scared to bubble, as you can see in his opening check.
Just got to get through the blinds now. There's a re-raise here.
Yeah, pretty standard.
So 800.
JP's going to have to let this one go.
That makes it 850.
Can I see your side?
Yeah, you're right. JP's nobody's fool. This will we'll have a little tete-a-tete between the players, and you'll give that up.
Who does that for him?
He doesn't need any TV time.
So Clayton with a virtual double up against Gareth, and now with this hand is chipping up very nicely early on.
Up to 3.1 million, which if you look at the starting stacks, that would put him in third place at the moment. We can actually look at the chip count.
There was no joke.
So we'll put the chip count up there, and now you'll see the prices. Yep, third place 3.1. So there's not much to choose between them.
No, it is nice.
Yeah.
That was
JP
amazing.
will slip.
38, 41, 43.
Yeah, he slips down a few more big blinds.
These two guys are in good shape as well. I don't like
go
they have no
for it,
problems here.
Yeah, we're very deep still.
I mean, structure's really great, as you can see. I mean, everybody's got a lot of play left at this level of the tournament.
Where's the camera?
Yeah, I mean it's a nice structure.
Yeah. No, as usual, I mean, your guys' high roller and main event structures has always been great.
You guys are different school in Canada. It's crazy.
And that's what, I mean, people
Is that
look
your bag?
forward to.
Yeah,
I didn't get to play any of the other events. I literally came to
Stream as
play
well. I don't want the
the
other
main
girlfriend to
event.
find out.
Okay.
Because
They
it's
both
the
watch
ones
it.
not
That's the
missed.
ones you're targeting, of
Yeah.
course.
200,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guaranteed million prize pool for this, which was surpassed on day one, so that was easy to do.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we were very sure that million is going to be way past. I mean, I'm actually not sure why did they guarantee million. I mean, it reached over 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's virtually $1 million for first, 850 for first.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I suppose if you're liable for the money, you err on the side of caution, perhaps.
No, no, of course.
It's
yeah.
winter,
It's
you
not
know,
easy to
it's Sun
guarantee.
City.
It's not always easy to guarantee.
You know, we're not all wealthy men like you, Imran. You just, you know, you carry that in the glove compartment in your car for tipping the petrol attendant.
I'd rather not
Yes,
comment
yes,
on that.
Dear. And of course, the main event that
No,
is
we're
guaranteed
actually
2
looking
million
really, really
prize
good. I
pool.
mean, some of the guys are estimating for the prize pool to go about reaching to
I get a lot of
4
easy
million
customers.
That would be awesome.
Main event, yeah.
And particularly because of it is a remote location, people have got to get
No, no,
here.
exactly. And I've also seen a lot of people are actually leaving tomorrow. I was talking to Alvin Pilleo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they've got stuff to do. They'll have to go. Even JP and their crew will not be able to play the main event.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll actually miss them.
But there's plenty of people coming in.
No, definitely, yeah. There's still way too many people that are coming to
And
play.
I think the key to that success is the very aggressive satellite structure that was put out 3-4 months ago.
Yeah.
You know, and people have really appreciated that, even to the point where they held satellites in bloom in the windmill.
Wow.
Yeah, so you know everybody got a shot. I mean, you obviously know Sabaya held them.
And that's actually a great thing that you guys are now running satellites online as well. Plus,
Yeah, through the PokerBet.
in
Yeah.
Cape Town as well, you guys are running satellites and
correct, yeah.
Bloemfontein. Now you're telling me. So from all over the country, people have opportunity to win seats into this event.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there were a lot of seats won in the satellites. I mean, in Times Square alone, they did several Sundays where we were 10 seats guaranteed. So 10 at a time on a Sunday. So
Well, if you haven't got to
Look
pay
at this,
the entry fee,
Ace-10 versus Ace-10 next raises, and then JP
I win, I get. We
is
put
getting
Jack
3
up
bets
if one of us
with
wins.
his jack.
which gets Ace Jack out of the way from Alvin with the better hand. But I mean, you got
This
Ace.
is what we're talking about,
Yeah.
showing aggression now. I think
don't want my
Queen's
jack
Plus
at all.
can only call this 3-bet. No one else will be able to.
yeah, Max gives it up, obviously.
Yeah, Max won't call that 3-bet with Ace 10.
Yeah.
And got
That
Alvin
was a
out the
great
way.
play by JP. And he's back at 22 big blinds from 18.
Yeah, nice pickup for him there.
So we got the warm-up event today, which is a half a bar guarantee. So that'll be nice. That's a nice slow lift-off structure as well. Runs over
That's
2
a two-day
days.
event.
Yes, yeah. So it's day 1 and day 1A, day 1B today. So there's an early start at 1 p.m., 7 p.m., and then day 2 tomorrow, which will start at 11. And that'll take us through into day 1 of the main event. So that's
Tomorrow
going to
the
run
main event
nicely.
starts in the evening, am I right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I can check that for you.
And gone back to the old-fashioned structure of only one day one.
No, it was a good game.
With
the main event.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. It was a nice
Look,
taking
I mean, the venue can cater most of the people
Give it
on
out,
day
but
one.
not take it back.
No, take it.
Yeah, it's a 6 p.m. start tomorrow evening.
Yeah, perfect.
And then 11 a.m. and 11 a.m., which is our standard.
And this is also something I like about
I
MJP
said you did very well
tournaments. I mean,
in
there's
that
always something to play. As you can see, like there's a warm-up event today and tomorrow. Tomorrow throughout the day you'll be playing warm-up event, and then in the evening you jump into the
And
main event.
it's moving. I mean, yesterday, impromptu, ladies tournament, 3 tables, prizes, we gave prizes, everybody gave prizes, and the ladies were the last to finish. They were competitive, trust me.
Did they finish?
Well, they finished after us, and we left them there.
Wow.
Yeah, we left here close to 2 o'clock.
They were still fighting it out three-handed. It's
Yeah,
amazing
that
what will
was
happen when
impressive, yeah.
when you put a prize on the table. People become very competitive.
And it was a free roll.
Yeah.
They Clyde picks up ace king there.
Yeah, and he just full raises and takes it down. That's
Wow,
why.
literally in no time he went from being short stack to almost in the chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, he came to the table with 1.3 million, which was the shortest stack.
Yeah, and now he's probably in top 3. With 30 big blinds.
Yeah, 3.3. He's probably in second spot by now.
Yeah.
Because Max lost a few chips to the 3-bet of
Correct,
JP.
yeah. There's a trophy there for the high rollers champion.
Looks like you could do with a duster on it.
No, I think it's just a reflection.
Okay, so we have a new hand starting on the feature table. JP under the gun. He's a big unit, JP, as well. I didn't realise that I shook his hand. I mean, I'm a big guy, but he's obviously works out as well, so pretty solid.
Now you can see he's in good shape. He takes his health very seriously.
Apart from this vaping stuff, but I don't get it, but everybody else seems to get it, so I just go with it.
So Alvin opening with a Jack-9 suited.
First we've heard from Alvin, I believe, today.
Yeah, he hasn't really played any hands.
No.
And as I said, like now the guys are just going to wait until the bubble has burst.
Yeah, and young Marco hasn't had any spots yet either, because he likes to be active.
Oh yeah, he's very active on the table.
But he just hasn't had any spots and no
yeah,
cards
I mean,
yet.
at the same time, you don't want to get out of line unnecessarily.
No.
There is some action there. Ganesh wakes up with queens.
So you can expect a nice 3-bet here.
I think it's...
So it's raised to 200 by Alvin.
I think Kane's going to be over regardless if he shoves or just 3 bets.
I mean, I don't think he shoves from the bubble,
No,
but I think he's certainly going to...
yeah, he puts the 3 bet, he gets the same info.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think he's 3-betting to 550 plus.
Yeah. Any sizing, I don't think Alvin's going to call.
1 million.
1 million. He went big.
Message received and understood, Mr. Alvin Pillay.
Because Ganesh also doesn't want random hands to be calling him, and that's why he sizes it up. He rather takes it down right there. I mean, queens, I mean, I'm sure you also have that feeling. Every time you have queens, there's always ace or a king on the front.
So we call the kings ace magnets, and we call the queens ace king magnets.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got a ball.
Yeah, and like you said, the venue's nice outside as well, and all these viewing lounges either side of the...
even the rail is having a great spot on either side to sit and watch.
You'll notice the stage is actually lower and you're higher now, looking down, rather than vice versa on other venues.
Definitely. I was actually on the rail yesterday most part of the evening, and I was watching, and it's a great viewing experience.
Yeah, and we have no shame in telling you it was copied from WSOP.
Yeah.
They get it right. That's just, no point in reinventing the wheel. I mean, even the table, we copied the dimensions when we were out in Vegas when you did your deep run.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So we sneaked a measuring tape in and got past Jack Ethel.
This table is not as deep as your previous one.
No,
which makes it a lot better.
Yeah, we've had good and bad comments about that, so we're going to go under advisement with Mark. We always have a wash-up meeting at the end of these. And we'll go with the feedbacks. At the moment, they're talking about making it a little bit higher. I personally like it like you as it is.
Yeah, I mean, again,
We can
different
maybe bring
people have
that
different.
that advertising forward a bit to give it a bit more airtime, perhaps.
All in?
Is there another all in?
It'll come now. It'll come
Ganesh go
now.
all in with Queen Jack.
Don't know.
165.
He's just getting the information from the dealer, and we'll update the graphic in a moment.
Yeah, no point.
Yeah, it looks like there's, if you look at the stack of chips in front of Ganesh.
Ganesh is all in, yeah.
Yeah, Ganesh limped, JP 3-bet, or raised, and Doc shoved it all in.
Yeah.
And now JP's got a decision for.
There it is there. He limped for 40, raised to 165, all in.
And little that JP knows that he's actually ahead with his
Yeah.
King.
Yeah.
Just.
I mean, that's mad pressure by Ganesh.
43%, 57% equity.
But the limp shove is always
No,
going
no,
to scare
exactly.
you.
It shows a lot of strength.
Yeah.
And Doc knows that.
Yeah.
Should have seen a flop.
It's a really good play by Doc.
And Doc, I don't know how long you've known Doc. I mean, I've learned him a lot of years. Great pedigree, going back to the Alpha 8 when he came second to Jungle Man.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
$100,000 buy-in. I was there.
Yeah.
I was frightening. Eh?
Yeah.
Esfandiari, I mean,
Played some of the top pros.
Jeez.
I was actually going to raise. I was going to.
They spent a whole sort of 5 or 6 days here, did the whole tour. Went on the
We
safari.
actually need those kind of tournaments in South Africa at least once a year. So.
Well, I have a very good friend of mine, a lady called Alicia, who's just finished all the adverts for the Springbok team going with Nike to France.
Okay.
And I introduced her to Mark yesterday. She's interested in doing the behind-the-scenes story of poker.
Okay.
So there's some possibilities out there. We're talking to the right people now, and we're trying to get some more airtime and grow the game, get the people in, etc.
100%, and you need exposure, you need people from overseas coming here, and it'll only be happening if there's decent sized tournaments.
Yeah, for sure.
I think these our size tournaments are too small for Europeans and Americans to fly down here.
Yeah, I mean we've had a few notable names that came during WPT days when the franchise was up at Kenton Park.
He's going to come back with it.
Yeah, Maria Ho being one of the notables. I mean, Chance Cornius was here once as well, and the like.
Yeah, I actually played that event. Maria Ho was on my table.
Was it?
Yeah.
She actually ended up winning the main, didn't she? Which was pretty classic. I played the charity event and I sat next to her and we had a ball. I knocked her out, she brought me in. She knocked me out, I brought her in.
Wow.
It was a charity event, so we didn't mind, so that was
Great.
And it's very approachable, as you'll know.
Yeah, she's very friendly.
But now I've flipped over onto the commentary side more. She's doing a lot more commentary on the Triton series and WSOP.
Yes. Yeah, she's been commentating.
Yeah.
There's Ace Jack versus Ace Jack.
Yeah, and the 3-bet and the 3-bet, the aggression gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when we had the WSOP Africa back in 2010, 11 and 12, Scotty Wynn, Michael Mizraki, the grinder, they all came to South Africa.
Yeah, I didn't actually play poker then.
Cole Myberg was heads up against Mizraki, the grinder, for the title. Cole Myberg, my partner.
Yeah.
He came second, but he was up there.
No, I mean, to make it that far is
It's just
also an
awesome, huh?
achievement, yeah.
I mean, what a great memory.
Yeah.
793.
So all the same ace
So, yeah, we're all on the same page. We're all driving the same way. I mean, obviously, we need money, we need backers. We need opportunities on the TV. But the production's getting better. The whole event's getting better. It's more saleable.
No, definitely. You guys are doing a great job.
Okay, so Henny Apple has been pretty quiet. He's got this new thing now where he puts the vape on top of his cards.
Yeah.
There used to be 4 chips or 5 chips.
Yeah.
You're real cool.
That's what I said. You can't really.
Okay, let's go. King Queen.
Yeah, from under the gun.
Yeah, he's early in the queue.
He decides that it's from too early.
Yeah.
So that's very snug, and that's ICM.
But I mean, he's got a stack.
No.
But I guess nothing wrong in preserving his stack as well.
Apply a little bit.
Clayton in the small blind.
I mean, how do I get a walk here?
Get a walk. No, great.
Any shows?
Too easy, huh?
How do I get a walk with that?
Too easy.
Pocket eights.
God, I almost opened
You won very good.
AP's got a read.
Discipline, my man. Discipline. I thought JP for sure is.
Could have been worse. You could have got. You were sending it there, JP.
Yeah.
What happened?
I love this image of me being like a.
That would have been interesting if Henny had raised under the gun. What
Oh,
would Alvin do in the big blind?
Online, man. I've seen it on the street.
Yeah, that
It's
is
always
an
stealing.
interesting spot because under the gun strength.
Always
A lot of
stealing.
strength. You can never ever shove
Times like I've called
there.
both
It's probably
times
going to flat call there.
you're
It's
lucky.
flop.
I've seen
Absolutely, I don't think you 3-betting the 8 out of the big blind to under the gun
Wild
raise.
one.
Maybe to a cutoff or a button raise, you'll
That's the
3-bet,
difference, yeah, then
but not to an under the gun raise.
Definitely. And especially, I mean, Henny has been playing
you've got to make sure the
really
pot's big.
tight poker, you know.
Make sure there's enough to.
Well, there we
Make
go.
sure
The
people
stream
don't
is
go
up
down.
live, so the half an hour delay has just kicked in. So that middle screen is what the viewers will be seeing at home, and we'll see their comments coming up as they start to wake up and rub their eyes.
I was actually watching the heads-up tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I was sitting at home, yeah.
That was interesting and I think a popular winner. I mean, not that we didn't enjoy seeing Ahmed and Sully and...
Yeah, I mean, the final heads-up match between Jared and Haggai was very, very interesting match to watch. I watched that thoroughly and enjoyed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no secret it's been publicised. They chopped the money in half and paid for 44,000, which was the extra.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the money.
It takes a lot of pressure away from you and you get to play proper poker.
And also bragging rights, the kudos. That was what it was about for those
No,
two.
100%,
I mean,
yeah.
I spoke to both of them.
Yeah.
I know they wanted to kick each other's butts.
And then called that fit there.
Yeah, I
The,
mean,
the funniest one for me, sorry, it was Haggai and Ahmed were sharing a room and they played the semi-final. And he takes a photograph of Ahmed asleep. He says, I'm leaving him here. And came down. Because he woke him up in time. And
Even I mean, the very first match was Ahmed and Moaz.
That's it, yeah. You saw what happened there.
No,
they went super deep here. Well, Ahmed did. And they got to the point where the other matches had gone 2 more levels. So they flipped for 100 grand each, one hand.
Add one of your league hands. What was
Yeah,
They really flipped.
They absolutely flipped. It's online. You can see it. The clip's there. Because it was so late, Ahmed ended up heads up with Edgar in the Mega Million. And by the time that finished, it was so late that Moaz and Ahmed agreed to flip.
They had to speak to their backers
And
first.
put a bit of percentage in one another.
Okay.
And then, yeah, they
Fair
just
enough.
one hand flip. And there was a sweat.
What was the name?
I can't recall though.
The first one was chopped.
Yeah, they
It
chopped
was
the
the
first one.
first one, and then Ahmed won the second one.
Yeah, the first one was the sweat, and it ended up being a chop. That was it.
Please check with
But it is online. You can find it. It's a bit of fun.
It's on the Monster Jam webpage.
Here we go.
King got
Money
cracked
goes in.
by ace 8. What's his name?
So the lucky 8s. Let's see.
And he's putting it in because he doesn't want to get 3-bet again. He's
No, exactly. His stack doesn't allow him to maneuver.
Just trying to realise the fold equity he does
Raises
have.
was 60.
1.5 million when the blinds are at 80, 40.
And you know, you also don't want to, like I've been in those situations where you get so short that the guys are going to really say, no, what, I'm going to call you with any 2 cards. You don't want to get to that point. You rather take advantage when you've got decent
Check.
stack.
Ace now went all in, he called. I was like,
We have the same stack.
Play for the win. Come.
They takes it down.
I don't want to win.
yeah.
I just want the trophy though, I'll be honest.
Another trophy.
First live trophy. High roller. Very nice.
You can hear Marco saying
See?
he's never actually won a live trophy.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
this will be his
Into the
first
small
trophy.
blind, big
How much
blind
would you buy?
situation.
If you would you buy?
And there's a bit of pain.
Well, there's a bit of an incentive for him.
And
No,
he
definitely.
limps. Exactly what you did
And
now.
he's been playing really well. I
Ace
think he
queen,
deserves one.
I raise, he shipped.
Absolutely.
For this.
Ace queen spades. He had ace 8 and he flopped that bloody 8. He had 460,000.
And Marco's someone
one
that
mistake.
plays poker. He's not really scared.
That's after
to
the
put
bit
his
of
chips in the
bendering
middle
before
when
they
he
looked
thinks
at
there's
your
a
hand.
I've noticed that about him.
Yeah, it's kind of, he's got a little bit of math in there, but a little bit of gut feel, and a nice mix actually in his approach. I've got to be honest. I've watched him a bit, and I've played against him a few times as well. In the Monty series, just the one that's just passed. So,
What would you?
well, you and I sat together for a long time on that series, in the Monty series.
Oh yes,
Do
yes,
you
I
remember?
remember that. Yes.
I think we kind of had a last longer almost going on.
That's I normally don't buy. I've sold trophies before, like bracelets and stuff.
Yeah, and both Gary and I spent table time against Marco and Monty at different stages. Myself in November and Gary in this last one. So he's an impressive young man and he's got a future in the
A lot
game.
of potential.
Then he limps and I raise. And he did all stuff here, got ace 8. Boost.
Yeah, one of the, I always think that when you get embraced by your peers, there's like a level of acceptance.
No,
And
100%.
I don't know if you recall at Monty, they were annoying the hell out of him because there was a couple of them. I mean, Wesley Wiegand was one of them, and then all I kept hearing was Marco, and he took it well, and he carried on playing so nicely. So it was kind of like that was the acceptance for me. You're one of the lads, And I think that's important for him as well. It's good to belong. We are tribal. We like to.
100%.
Something good attacker. Should just.
Our community is quite small, and then I think getting along is very important.
Yeah, he does angle. He angles a lot, I've seen him.
And he hasn't used a lot of his time banks. You can see he's got plenty there because that became an issue for one or two players yesterday.
Me too.
Yeah, they used a lot of time banks up earlier and then they got into spots where they...
I was actually saying on the table
You do that as well.
What?
Say 250,
you guys
put
actually
250
give too many
on
time
top.
banks.
In the corner by
We just given another 5 this morning.
Yeah.
Final table was another 5
I've
under the
never ever
rules.
exhausted my time banks
Oh,
ever.
angle shoots.
But there's two ways of looking at that. Either you haven't got it in the spots or you're just too smart and too quick. We'll go with that, eh?
Well, okay. Max Davison, by the way, he used his very first time bank in his career yesterday.
Yeah. He's somebody that acts very quickly.
Yeah,
Oh, he's got a good poker brain.
He doesn't mess around. If you 3-bet him and then he'll fall straight away. He doesn't.
I'm always angry.
Yeah, he doesn't postulate and try and gain table credit or whatever. So I've raised you've 3-bet me, I'm out of here, or
Joe's brother.
I'm calling, or I'm re-raising you.
100%. He knows exactly before even the player asks if he does this, I'm doing this.
Yes, he's already made up his
If you ever listen to any of the commentaries done in here, he'll tell you that straight away. He knows where he is most of the time.
Especially pre-flop. I mean, you know your ranges if you've been playing it regularly.
He's old enough to be his dad.
So Henny has raised here to 205,000. Greg with ace jack. Yeah, we can't.
Give me what that. I know where it is.
Sometimes the guys just don't drag them in from the front.
Oh, there's a 3-bet from Craig.
His cards are not in the box even.
50.
No, he's put them in. So Max with 9-5. Max is taking his time because he's in the big blind. He's not going to defend. He's just going to give that up. We're into Henny Apple, who's yet to put his cards side by side.
That face looks like he's folding.
Oh, that's Fenny's folding face. There's nothing on the back of his cards yet.
Yeah, there you go. He had ace 3.
If he had any intentions, he'd have put them side by side and secured them with the vape.
And he called Greg a thief. He said thief.
Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
Nice 3-bet there by Greg.
500 and you 3-bet out 4-bet shot.
So what did we? 1 o'clock we said the warm-up event started.
Yeah, day 1A at 1 o'clock, yes.
Yeah, so buy-in 8,000, 25,000 chips starting stack. So a bit of wiggle room there. Blind started 100, 100, 100, 200, 100, 300, sorry, 200, 300, etc. So nice slow lift up. I know there's a few people already we saw at breakfast this morning, Myberg included, who will be coming and jumping into that, flexing the wings. And of course, Imran, you'll be warming up there, as they say. Well, it's called a warm-up event, so it'll be a bit of fun. Get your head together with a few old faces and just get yourself ready for the main event, which is why you're here, of course.
Because you wanted in the reaction. Yeah. You didn't get it.
Yeah, a couple of people flying in this morning and going to play the warm-up and then the main. Those that only had time for the weekend.
Raise 190,000.
And we hope not to see you in commentary on the main event.
I hope so too.
So there's a question we've asked of every single person who comes in here, and you're not going to get away. So I think some people try to take the Fifth Amendment, but we won't let them. If out of the top 10 players in the country, you can name 5 in any order. Who would you put 5 in that 10 after this hand? So give you time to think about it.
So Marco, it's his first raise. Kanesh moves all in with ace king.
Yeah, Marco gets away.
Yeah, 100% he gets away.
Yeah, he's not putting his stack at risk here.
He's asked for the count, but it's a big amount off your V stack. That's the first hand he's played.
You don't want to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of playability there. Just take a step back. You've had a punt. You've raised it up to 190. Ganesh has gone all in. The balance is
No, that's
now
like
2 million to call.
betting now?
Yeah, it's 2 million.
Gaming for 40 odd.
What's the party finish now? Like 15 more minutes.
Yeah, not far off.
Good guess.
Then we go
Being counted.
300.
So Marco put a considerable sized bet in here of 190.
My bank account, I keep on. So you keep counting your bank account.
Yeah, I know the blind levels are. It's a min click, but I think he gets away from this all day, honestly. But yeah, so getting back to the original question, you haven't got to rank them. You just got to pick 5 of the from the top 10 players in the country.
I guess the result speaks for itself. I mean, next Edison has to be on top. Harman has to be on top. Jared Sullivan has to be one of the top players. Yeah, I guess.
It went to you, it went to Albert and to...
I don't know. Mention a few names and then.
Well, some of the names that have come up, Greg Ronaldson is obviously
he's also one of the top players.
one.
Yeah, he doesn't really play a lot of tournaments.
But still has that respect and aura.
He's
So
a great player.
Giron is always going to be in there.
Yeah.
Underrated and is Alvin Pile.
Alvin Pile has been underrated. I mean, new upcoming guys, Clayton as well. He's been playing really well.
Clayton is up there. And I'm sure he doesn't mind, but most of the top pros have said most improved, but definitely in the top 10 is Gio.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that some. Yeah, so most improved can almost be like a little bit thing, but what they're saying is he was good already and he's got better.
100%, yeah.
Which was shown against in Times Square when there was a deal on the table, 2 million, 1 million, and he said, I'm miles behind, but I'm confident in my ability. Let's go.
But Gio's always been.
But it's nice that he put it out there, you know, it was in public.
Yeah.
So that for me, you know, is a thing. I mean, Gio's been a great player since he started playing. There's no doubt about it.
He's actually shown great result when he was 18 or 20.
Yeah, he won his first title at 18.
At the age of 18,
I got a green vape
This
today,
fella in
JP.
picture, Ganesh Pather, he gets forgotten sometimes, but he can actually play.
he's actually shown some good results as well.
Yeah.
And a name that comes up for most improved over the last year is Jesse Rose.
Jesse, I was actually about to mention his name. That I've seen him play really well as well recently.
Yeah, and don't discount Haggai Dayani. I mean, you look at it, he beat Ahmed in the semi-final, he beat Jared in the final of the heads-up match. You look at his results in Vegas.
Really well, including Vegas. And then one thing I must mention that so many people from South Africa going to Vegas this year has made a huge difference. I mean, that changes your game. That changes your perspective towards poker. And that happened with me. I mean, I've learned a lot after being in Vegas. There's a lot that tournament teaches you.
Not asking for oh, for sure. I mean, myself and Carl were there at the same time as you. We didn't actually hook up. You were busy doing the stuff. I think we passed a few times.
Ambassadors of the game.
I mean, I'm an old toppy now. I'm 62 years old, but we're still learning, you know. And some of the stuff, I mean, particularly playing with some of these top pros, because you know yourself, if in the Millionaire Maker, for example, is a small tournament, WSOP, but you're sat next to some faces and you're sat next to people who have no idea who they are, and these guys have got 3-4 bracelets.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And you see, when you're playing just with amongst the same people all the time, you have certain concepts that you apply into your game. But when you go overseas and meet new players, I mean, game keeps on evolving, and then you learn new concepts, new way of playing,
Yeah, I don't
and then
know.
you start implementing when you come back here.
I don't know who said it originally, but they said you become an average of the people you play with if you play long enough. So therefore, you have to step out of it. It's the same as any sport. You're going to get better. You've got to play against better people. So, and I think that not necessarily Vegas, but we have to get additional people in, which we've spoken about, but also those who can afford to, or bankroll or whatever, is go and play. I mean, the Irish Open, good you know, Theo Hunter went across there, Gavin Sardini went across there, Carl Marburg was there. You know, it was an easy jump. You don't need a visa for South African passport holders. You know, so that was great experience for those guys. You know.
Yeah, a lot of people have been going to the Asian tour as well now, going to Vietnam and places like that.
Look, after showing such good results by South Africans in Vegas, I think a lot of guys are actually looking forward to traveling other destinations as well.
You know, the first stop for me, you know, the poker series in Mauritius is an easy, convenient one. At least there's some different people there. Not necessarily the standards, but decent people.
If I have to give you, I was in Mauritius last year. I think the tournaments are quite small and not this level of production. It's more of a holiday/poker if you want to do.
I'm trying to balance affordability versus international experience, and I mean, I bow to your knowledge. I've not done Mauritius, so you know, I hear what you're saying. So maybe what Mark's saying in Asia. I mean, I've played in the Philippines a couple of times, and you know, it's not all Filipinos. There's a lot of Europeans who played on there as well.
In Mauritius,
Russians.
it's not the case. It's all local from Reunion Island.
Yes.
Only those guys are playing. It's more of a local tournament than anything international.
Okay.
So yeah, it was more of a chill tournament, very average field, and more of a holiday for us than actually poker.
Okay, so you heard it here. If you want a holiday with a bit of poker, Mauritius,
then Mauritius is a good
this
destination.
is the international Sun City stop. You can bring the family.
And from a holiday perspective, I mean, Mauritius is a great destination, weather-wise and beaches and stuff.
It was free.
So just a strange hand going on here between the two blinds.
Check 2 and 10-3.
Yeah, the turn was bet and called by Clayton.
Yeah, there's no way JP.
So what happened was pre-flop was there a limp?
Yeah,
check.
it's just a limp pot. Yeah, it's a limp check. And Clayton bluffs it on the river and gets it through.
Bags on there.
I don't mind. Good pressure that he applied there.
Yeah, you see, JP bet the turn and Clayton had a double belly buster because he had to straight with the 10 or the 3.
And he had no choice but to bluff the river.
And then he had to bluff the river, and it was checked to him by JP.
I mean, once he gets called, he has to give up.
I was bluffing. You're convinced.
Yeah, I'm going to see it anyway.
This is some of your guys' new gear. I've never seen
Yeah,
this.
some of the merchandising.
Yeah, let's keep
Never
them like
seen
that.
this actually. Where do you guys have this?
It's just out in the front there. There's a little kiosk there next to the. As you come
But
in.
I see some new designs. I think it's the first time that I've
Yeah,
seen
those are new designs, and they come from the Sun International stable. So, in conjunction with Regal.
You actually needed something new.
Yeah, I've got all the old ones. I've got the old ones still. It's warmer.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for them to make my size.
On this table, you're going to be very touched.
Pocket fives for Tucker.
We are playing baccarat, right?
He folded, which is interesting.
Playing baccarat, right?
He's obviously in an early position.
But you can see the table's quite active and aggressive, and that is why you don't want to be opening too light. Because every time you get 3-bet, you're giving up 2-3 big blinds.
So JP on the button with the ace here. He's shown that he opens most aces.
Yeah.
It's not on stream.
He's deciding what to do here because he's been 3-bet a few times.
Oh, there you go.
So there he goes. He puts it all in.
But there's a weak.
He won the free roll.
So Clayton,
Clayton's lost for a count.
I think with his depth of stack and the range that he's been seeing from JP, it's not an insta call, but he might work this one out. He might call this.
And Clayton saw the hesitation pre-flop there.
Yeah.
He saw this and he was watching him intently, and he asked immediately for a count.
In one series.
Yeah.
I made very nice
5 in 2 series, but they were back to back.
And Clayton's very good at knowing the ranges and that.
Stream yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, he studies this game quite intensively.
What did they say?
Very much so. If you chat with him, he's a very knowledgeable young man.
Definitely.
1 million.
I went. Could obviously, and then.
But you see the situation here, Clayton's got 40 big blinds. Does he really want to...
That is how it works for anyone watching at home.
Because JP Shove is 20 big blinds, literally half his stack.
And that's what he's looking at.
He knows that this
You
should be
that
a
out
call
loud.
against
You're wondering
him.
that's Marco no cares.
But you also need to look at the ICM dynamics.
Yeah, if we're not in the bubble here, I mean, the call is a lot easier, of course it is.
So besides the bubble, I mean, he's not really looking at the bubble.
That was 8 years ago.
But if he has to double JP up, he becomes at risk.
Yeah, I mean, swapping
the
places,
commentators
essentially.
No, they chatted about it for like 5 minutes.
Gary Wiz, hypes me up. Very nice guy. Shame he supports Crystal Palace.
I'm getting flack now. They're talking about me because I support Crystal Palace. Just leave me alone.
595.
He's going to fold it. It looks like he's going to fold it. It's too much.
I think it's the right thing to do, yeah.
Good call, man. Good call.
Not the easy call in his spot, although you know that
No, but
rain.
Yeah.
Book says call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that easy.
What'd you fold, Clint?
Good enough.
Oh, you shows. Dude, that
Just to turn the knife a bit, you know.
20 bigs?
20 bigs, and yeah, 20
Half
bigs
his
is.
stack, yeah.
And there we go, the exact discussion.
Exactly what you said, Imran.
I know the feeling
to
I've
him.
been in that spot.
I said to him, I hope he doesn't-
You
I
know
don't
you
wanna see
should
ace
call,
eight,
but
ace
it's too
nine in the
much.
spot there. You got ace deuce.
And you know, at the end of the day, you can always get
Okay,
sucked out
It's
as
just a
well.
side.
Hey, exactly, and I mean, JP can have a lot of pairs there that you're still drawing against.
How'd you do that?
That was my man.
Yeah,
It's
if you
V,
shove
V,
in
V,
king,
V,
jack,
V,
king,
V,
queen,
V,
me one.
You're in a
Yeah,
virtual flip where you're like
I used to roll
55
I used to roll with
to 45, and do you really want to
You don't want
be
to be
there?
taking those spots at this level of form.
But you play the same
So
event.
time flies, we're on to hand 24 of the day. So that's quite a high hand count for the first
Not a
level.
flip.
Yes,
I
I must
mean,
say,
we're flying. We're all
70%,
flying.
not a flip. How much?
24, 25 hands
Still,
is
even if I ask
actually
again, it's
really on the
gonna be the
high
same.
end.
Yeah.
And Donovan Harris, who supports the stream, always says, go Henny, take it down. So Henny's
In
got
capitals,
support
he's
there.
shouting at us first thing. in the
Yeah.
morning,
Ace,
huh?
190.
Bring it on.
There's
He's an
something
old-
for Marco to get active.
What is
Yeah, he's
this?
an old git, Donovan. He can't see. That's why Gary's got to type in capitals.
Okay, so yeah, marker with the nines. Random max. Max under the gun +2 here. Out the way. Round
It's only
top.
the second hand Marco's played, and he got 3-bet jammed on the last time.
Yeah.
So action is now with JP. With the computer hand. I don't think he'll be calling that.
Fold.
Clayton, no help.
So only Henny, the big blind.
Ek sal inbys. Ek sien baie nie.
Tannie se man is 'n oom hoor.
That's on face oom.
Disrespect.
What does that mean?
So
Ek respect any.
there was some banter there because Marco
Okay,
told him in
my
Afrikaans,
mate.
I'll show you, uncle, actually your face oom.
Under the gun.
And he came back with a quip about it was a little bit spicy about about being an uncle. I'm not translating that.
I can see the card. I could see the
Put it this way, it was a
man.
little spicy.
I'm thinking, what can I have on
Die 10 was 'n bietjie blurry.
Ja, ek was al klaar met
Voorside, ek gesien is 'n voorside.
So I would recommend anybody to log on and get the QR code for Josh's photographs from around the thing. There's a QR code you can log on to that's
Where's
online.
the QR code?
There's one at the front door, and you can speak to the girls, and also it's online. And that gives you every single photograph that Josh has taken since he's been here.
Oh wow, that's actually a very good thing.
Yeah, it's great. So
Because a lot of the times there are so many photographs that are taken, but we just don't know where to find them.
Yeah, no, they did that since Grand West.
Is that
The QR codes at all the stops.
Why don't you guys actually market that? I don't think a lot of the players know about it.
Well, you say us guys, Cardstream does the streaming for Monster Jam and SunBet, so we actually don't have the input on that.
No, fair enough, yeah.
So it's from the Monster Jam and SunBet
Yeah.
that need to do that, but Gary puts it out on the stream.
On the stream.
Gary always tells people about it.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm going to actually step out of my chair, and it pains me because the guy who's going to sit in it, I really want to talk to. But I was fortunate enough to meet this guy when he started playing poker. I have baptized him with his own handle, which he has embraced. Ladies and gentlemen, the Silver Surfer is in town. Have a seat, young Sugden. I'm going to put this headset on you, and you can just chat away with these boys.
This is a nice little surprise, Sugi.
Yes,
Welcome
yes.
to the commentary booth.
Always great to be here. Always
Oh.
want to see what happens in the background, and that's quite a lovely setup that's here.
Yeah, and you got Imi to your right, so
Welcome again.
Sure, thanks, man.
Is this your first time commenting?
Yes, definitely. I actually came to spectate, but I wouldn't mind adding a bit of 2 cents in there. So
No, I'm sure you'll have great fun. This is how I also got involved.
that's excellent. So I get to see in advance who the fishes are.
I don't think there are too many around this final table. It's a fairly tough final table as we've been discussing, and they're all still very deep. So Ace-7 versus the Ace-8 here was raised by JP, called by Marco. Check on the flop.
I think whoever bets will take it down.
JP actually has the only draw. He has a gut shot here, and he was the pre-flop aggressor. So if he bets, young Marco can't call with the Ace-7. So Marco checks. Oh, it's funny, JP checks back. I thought if it was checked to him twice, he'd have a dip at it. So they're going to chop it up if no one folds.
Yeah.
Ace high.
Okay.
Chop us on second.
Chop it up.
Chop it.
Yeah.
So they chop it up and played it cagely afterwards. So Dion Norkier says, go Marco, obviously family with the same surname. Some support coming in for him.
I should do too.
So that in the center, Sugi, is from half an hour ago. That is what the public is currently seeing.
Currently seeing, okay.
So if you look, that's half an hour ago when Doc jammed over the top with the Queen Jack suited to the King 10. This is live. We commentate on, gets stored for the half an hour. And then we monitor what's going on half an hour ago. And then those comments that come up is what's happened as they've seen that.
Oh, okay.
So when we reply to them, they're only going to hear the reply in half an hour.
Okay, perfect.
This is like this time-space continuum thing going on.
I remember because I posted a couple of comments in the other tournament.
Like you don't snap sevens yesterday.
A bit of a while.
Yeah, you only hear our reaction half an hour later because I've reacted now, but I'm doing it here, which will only go half an hour later. So it's like, got to get used to this. And we've had people come in as guest commentators, and they start commentating on them. And I was like, whoa, yeah.
Crystal Palace.
Right, so Max here with the Jack 10 suited.
And you're losing Zaha.
I'll lose Zaha.
I think so. I'm not sure.
Gary out there by the feature table.
He's actually good.
Chirping there with the
great.
players.
Too many, like,
Yeah, but he's good.
Pretty standard open there, mate.
Yeah, standard open. Let's have a look at his sizing. He normally goes for the 2x.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to. You achieve the same result. Either you go 2x or 3x.
I mean, there's been this whole debate whether you should make a 2.5, 2.2, because if you do 2, you're obliging the small blind, the big blind to
But you
protect.
also want to play a hand when you find suited connectors and stuff. You don't
In
always
position,
want to take it down
exactly.
pre-flop.
Exactly, and you will be, any defense from the big blinds, you're playing in position against them anyway.
Yeah.
It's funny, you look like
Just telling you all the debates that come in. And
How did Clayton manage to get his chips there? I see that.
So-
He actually doubled up from
Indian George
Gareth Khalil.
yeah, Gareth jammed and Clayton called him. Gareth jammed, well, he didn't jam me, but he over-raised ace-8 from the button. Clayton had 10s in the small blind and worked out the over-raise was a very weak hand. And he went all in and Gareth had committed more than half his stack. So you're going to be seen now from the back here.
Got a set.
Yeah, so Henny spiked a set here.
But I don't think there's much going on for Max. So
Yeah, Max is going to get away from this only because he hasn't hit anything.
I think
That's
he's
been
going
a
to
flat
bet.
one, eh?
I think he's going to see bet here because it favors his ranges.
Yeah, you'll lose one bet and that's it.
The turn is so
Oh, he's
bad.
checked. It's very cagely played. So now Henny.
And he should bet because there's a lot of draws on the board. Flushes are possibly there.
He checks back. He's prepared to take his chances on that board, the texture of. There's the jack for
That'll cost
Max
him
now.
some chips.
Yeah, this should.
Because Max will not give Henny a king there. Since he checks back.
Possibly slow down because remember flush gets as well, you know. So
Yeah, it might be slowed down, but it's still going to cost him a bet or two.
definitely,
It should.
definitely.
You know, Max can't be checking this spot every time. He needs to
I
be
mean, nothing
betting.
wrong in checking because he's got no club there. Because if he gets called,
So Max checks again.
1,000.
Henny now bets.
Max is good enough to fold.
no, he has to call you.
I think it's a float one.
No, I mean, if you don't know Henny's hand, I mean, what hand do you actually give Henny here? When
By
he checks
flat,
back
yeah,
the flop.
flat
You get what
calling,
I'm saying?
yeah,
So
100%.
he can have a lot of he can just have ace of club there in his hand and be betting. You get what I'm saying? So Max has to call you.
Max calls the 250. So we're going to go to the river. Oh, that's a
This
terrible
is-
card for
this is
Max.
Such a bad card for Max.
What do you think the bet's here? Pot size bet?
Max is going to go for good value there.
Yeah, there's a million in the pot.
I think he'll go 850.
I mean, if I won't be surprised if he check raises here.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah,
I told you.
And he's going for around 500, I would imagine. It's going to be close to 500.
If Henny bets the flop, I think he doesn't get a single chip out
Yep.
of Max.
By
And
checking that
by
flop.
checking that flop, he created such a drama here.
Yeah, I said too close to 500,000, and it's 480.
When Henny bets on this, I fold aces. On this board, I fold
I wouldn't be surprised if Max might just decide to flat
aces on this.
based on the board.
That's why we keep doing that.
But where the hand
Well, you
played
got
on
inside
each
commentary for the commentary guys.
But he's going to have to pay Henny something here. I don't think he gets away from this, Emi.
No, definitely. The folding is not even
I think I'm slow rolling.
It's either a flat call or maybe a.
Do you hear what Max says? I think I'm slow rolling.
Yeah.
I think I'm slow rolling. Can't really have a lot, that's the thing. Don't think you check back a flush draw.
You see, I don't think you check back a flush draw.
That's exactly why he can't have a flush.
Yeah.
And he can't have a key.
Makes the call.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, he lost minimum. Think about it.
Told you. Commentary table, I said I fold aces.
Wow.
And his bet sizing was
I
very
think-
good as well. Eh?
And besides that, by Max spot controlling was really great play.
Yeah, so Henny scoops that in.
Jesus.
I mean, turn when check.
So there
check.
you go. You guys can say hi to everybody out there. Picking up here, Sugi and Imi. So I've got a bit of poker royalty to my right here, the Silver Surfer. And Imran, of course, needs no introduction after all his exploits in Vegas and locally.
I think it was a good play all around from both players.
Yeah, it was good play, good poker.
But again, you must understand
And,
that we are actually in the bubble at the moment, so nobody's really going to get out of line. And then, I mean, preserving your stack is the key.
Absolutely preserving your stack is the key, but like Max said, his hand was just too strong. He said, I think I'm slow rolling you here.
No, exactly. Yeah, there's no way he could fold that hand.
Yeah, he says, I can't give you the
lost
flush
minimum.
because you don't check back a flush draw to me, and it's fact.
Yeah.
When Max checked the flop, Henny would bet a flush draw.
100%. Yeah.
That's right. No, that's why I know.
So it was very well played.
But if you also look at it from a
I
different
would fold.
way,
That's what I'm saying. 'cause
he may not bet his flush draw.
Me
Reason
yeah,
being
this
that Max
he's
can have a lot of
definitely doing
kings which is not
H2O.
folding.
Definitely.
So you'd rather
Correct.
take a free card.
Or check raise
yeah,
with
yeah.
and get you out of the hand.
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, I would check a flush draw there.
Definitely. You want to be able to see another card.
100%.
And push it away. And nobody's really playing big pot poker.
The
at
flop
the
got check.
moment,
Oh, wow. JP wakes up with a big monster here.
Pocket kings,
Turn you bleed out.
and he
Turn
makes
you
it
let out.
250.
What you start the hand with?
Oh, no.
Clayton
just
does
check with
nine.
Disaster. It's definitely free betting here.
I don't think so. I think he might just flat. Or you think he 3-bet fold?
No.
It's from early position. That's the only thing that
Yeah,
might
then he
make
has to
Clayton
flat
not
here.
3-bet, yeah, and make him flat.
Yeah, Clayton will have flat here.
Other
Reason
players
being
behind
he's
him.
got so many
Or
players
18
behind.
1.2.
If it was later position, I think he 3-bets him, but because it's from such early position, he's gonna flat this.
And
I
set
mean, he
up.
doesn't have to expose himself to all the
Yeah.
other big stacks
Hoeveel doen we
behind him.
begin, sorry?
He flats,
JP.
Set up.
Hoeveel doen we begin?
so around to Alvin. And of course, it,
But
op
he's considering here as well.
yeah, it opens up players behind to go for the squeeze because there's been a raise and a flat.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, nobody's going to squeeze light at this point in time.
no, they won't squeeze light, but the kings is so strong.
Alvin might have a good
We
ace as
can't
well.
see Alvin's hand actually.
No,
And
not
he's
yet.
thinking-
Clayton has made the call.
Yes, and Alvin's thinking.
So once we click, Queen 10.
Queen 10. That's a fold.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Moonman.
Alvin was sleeping. He wasn't
Oh,
thinking.
exactly. I was wondering. It looks like he's got a hand here. He's thinking for this long.
Young Marco, ace queen.
wow.
He's got something to think about. On
He
the
generally
button,
3-bets a lot, eh?
Yeah.
With the big hands. He wants to isolate.
there's been an open and a flat. He's on the button.
But again, looking at the stack sizes, I don't think Marco is going to get out of line here. He's just going to flat here, if you ask me. Because if he 3-bets, he's literally opening the stack up to JP.
He's raised.
Shove.
He's
Oh,
raised.
yeah.
It's his
Yeah.
style. It's his nature.
Yeah.
JP's going to
And
jam me to
this is
push
what I was
Clayton out.
talking about earlier. Like Marco's not scared. He plays the poker.
And he's 3-bet to
He
800.
plays the game.
It's
So
guaranteed. JP jams, Clayton folds. That's,
Yeah,
that's what I
100%.
feel.
Because now there's no 4-betting for JP. It's a 4-bet jam.
JP will have to get it in, yeah, and Marco cannot never fold.
And Clayton gets out the way.
Yeah,
definitely. Clayton snap folds. Sure.
Snap folds. There you go.
That's it.
How much?
Just a flat.
Overcommitted.
Yep.
And this is what I was talking about. He gets into a spot where he's going to have to flip.
Yeah, and it's a
little
bad
that
flip,
he knows,
70-30.
Yeah, little he knows that he's running into kings.
He's going to fold. I say he'll fold his hand. It's a lot to put into, I mean, to lose his stack.
1.1 to win 3.2. Basically, he's getting 3 to 1.
Yeah, but look what he'll be left with, I mean, on the flip.
That's the biggest consideration here. It's not the
It's not the
raw
math
odds.
only.
Yeah.
It's what I will be left with afterwards. But he's grabbing a stack.
Total.
I think he might fold because he might have put Clayton on an ace as well, which has one of his outs.
Ag, die manier wat jy gesig het vir die ingesit. Dit is gewoon so sterk. I'm committed.
How many away from the money we are?
Oh no,
He says I'm pot committed. He says I'm pot committed. So we're on the bubble. Sugi,
okay.
we're on the bubble. So that we're 8 players left at the moment, and they are on the payouts, and it's up there as well.
Yes, okay, perfect. Perfect.
Oh, you wanted a raise?
So
wanted a raise from me.
Clayton
This is
says
such
to
a bad
JP.
news for Marco. Eh?
Yeah.
Clayton will cry if he sees a 9 on the flop.
But Clayton says to JP, you wanted a raise out of me, eh? So here we go. Good luck to both gentlemen. This is on the bubble. So JP's at risk. No ace there, safe for him so far. 3 outs only for Marco at the top of the screen. Oh, and there's the ace. He's got a redraw to diamonds.
Not flush draw.
He's got a redraw to diamonds, but he doesn't find it. And JP van der Spey is eliminated on the bubble. He bubbles the tournament, very unlucky. Gets it in good with kings. Young Marco
really great by JP.
committed himself to the hand once he 3-bet to 800.
Yeah.
There was he wasn't getting away from it from the math. And now, young Marco's a massive chip leader.
Yeah.
He's gone up to 5.5 million.
Me too, because tactically,
And everybody's in the money.
When I have sets against flash
Well done to
I
all
hit they hit.
Yeah, very, very well done to them. You can see relief from them. Young Marco will be relieved.
In fact, Marco, I noticed throughout the day, he ran quite well and he also made some good plays.
So there are the payouts up on the screen. So all of these players guaranteed 65,200 now. So if you've done a single bullet, you're okay. If you've done more, you need to ladder up a little bit still.
Guys, I'm just going to quickly greet JP and then be back shortly.
Yeah, Imran will rejoin us shortly.
I feel bad. I honestly don't want to bust him.
No, I did it
I want
earlier.
to bust him. He's a very nice guy. Yeah, but he's a very nice guy.
Where's you gonna go to make friends?
JP, I'd be
Lucky JP.
Sorry, JP, cheers, man.
Play now.
I'd be his friend, 100%.
Who's what in the 60?
JP came back from a
Yeah,
short
he's
stack as
super
well.
nice.
He had like 160,000 chips left.
Super humble.
Yeah, he came back from super short at one stage and built it up. Max Davison as well.
Definitely, 200,000.
Yeah, 270,000, and in 4 hands he spun that up to 2.2 million.
That was amazing.
Look, he got lucky.
Yes,
I'll take
definitely.
65.
With a Queen 7 versus the Pocket 10.
Yeah. And also with the King 8 versus
The King Queen.
King Queen.
Yeah, he ran well, let's not kid.
Email it.
And in between he woke up with Ace King into Doc's Ace Queen and held up. So Clayton with 9s again. He raises. And Clayton's a player I've got a lot of time and respect for. He's really grown in the last year. He's put a lot of work into his game and very knowledgeable about the game as well.
Definitely. In fact, this
How much did you make it?
the 25k game was one of the best final tables I've seen, with the 4 of them on the table.
It was very good.
I've been running bad.
It was excellent. You know, Brad Kibble brought a different dynamic because he plays this passive game, and he was limping in a lot and calling, you know.
Yeah. When he was tanking, I was like, oh,
limp
wow.
calling.
There.
So Play Koza says, let's go JP. Unfortunately, you will see in half an hour's time that JP has been eliminated on the bubble.
Because you would have called one bet.
He's got a bit of support there as well from Donovan.
Yeah, we've read that one out a little bit a while ago. He was shouting at us, all in capitals, Donovan, and then I said it's because he's an old man and he can't see, he's got to type in capitals. Donovan will take that well. He's an avid supporter of the stream down PE way.
Okay.
And he came to Boardwalk and we met him there.
Did he play any games?
Yeah, he did play a couple of the games there, so it was nice to see him down there.
Standard.
For the last week, whenever they turn off.
So how's your poker been this week, Sugi? I know you've had some heartbreak, but you did make final table.
Yeah, final table, you know, I go in as second in chip lead and I get pocket queens and I get shoved with pocket 5s. So
And he found a 5 and
turns a 5.
They're jumping
and he went on to win, so you used your chips well. So
Definitely so.
it was unfortunate if you hold up there,
I'm gone.
it could be the other way around.
Definitely. I mean, you would have never got the chips back.
So unlucky for you there, but you're going to play the warm-up tonight,
Definitely.
and then you're playing the main event as well.
Good one. The 500k guarantee is going to pull a lot of players. That's going to be great.
Yeah, nice, and it looks like a fairly nice structure. We've got the structure here in front of us.
Yeah.
There's the 500,000 guaranteed.
200?
So raised by Alvin with a 9-10 suited, yeah. Round 2 Clayton.
King 2 might call.
He's in the big blind.
Live cash. Oh,
Yeah, he has to.
Yay, I didn't bubble. Thank God.
Your first live cash.
Who said they didn't
for
bubble?
my,
Greg Tuck.
Greg.
Yeah, he was- Greg said he did 3 bubbles in a row.
A good flop for Clayton.
Yeah, Clayton hits top
been a
pair.
bad-
He'll
yeah,
check
online
it to the
is
pre-flop
usually
aggressor. There he goes.
Live's been tortured.
Should be check. Yeah.
Alvin checks back. The heart now brings an up and down draw for Alvin and
Flush draw.
top pair and flush draw for Clayton. So Clayton will put some money in now.
7 of hearts will be a good card.
Oh, you're calling for the spook card. Gary calls them here often and they come. It's a safe one for Alvin. So Clayton's still good, yeah?
That might put a little value bet, I suppose.
Yeah, he might put a little value bet, or you'll check and get and you'll check call that get Alvin to bluff at it. Because let's be honest, the only way Alvin wins this is to bluff.
He's got to put in at least 325 somewhere on there.
He checks back.
Should be out anyway, right? 854. Okay. Should be out anyway.
Alvin tells him, King 2, what are you doing in the sand?
He's on big blind.
Yeah, he's in the big blind. It's suited. It's a small amount to call. You're going to defend.
That's
You
why I said
can't
it was
just
so-
give up. If you give up every big blind,
And I
you're just
clicked
going to
him.
be walked all
He got
over.
a mold.
He literally was like,
So there's the trophy.
I told him, and I
in the
was,
middle.
was like, what? When he looked at me, and
The
I
high
said,
roller, and
"Safety
of
first."
course
He's like,
there's
"What are
still
you
one
doing?"
of the super stacks this weekend, which has got a nice guarantee on it.
Yeah. I believe Anand took the first
No,
one.
I knew it. No.
Yeah,
Yes,
Anand took the first one.
It's the second time he's winning this, I remember. Yeah, I think he won it previously in another.
I don't know if there were super stack events at Sabaya because they knew to me.
No, it was another like one of the 5k events.
Okay, one of the
Something
5K.
similar
This
to
was
it.
a 10K super
Yeah,
stack.
10K
Anant has won a couple of these ones that they run on the Sunday or on the Saturday, these last chance on these turbo type events. There's one before.
I enjoy talking to him in cash.
And he's picked up a nice hand.
Just weird because he's losing money.
Under the gun. So you go for the standard raise. There's 250 in the pot.
And that's when he needles me about the bonus.
So some of the players go for the 2x, the 200. Henny goes a little bit more. He's of the older school that goes 2.2. There you go. He's raised to 255, 2.5.
Sickies. Understandably, though.
Ganesh, no discipline.
Very.
Round to Alvin in the big.
He had a bit of position on the button before he kicked in, so.
He
I
did.
have nothing. I'm bluffing, man. Got
I
ace
have
high.
nothing. I've got ace high. I'm bluffing.
I think he knows Henny's game as well. So.
Yeah, and you know, if Henny's raising from under the gun,
Yeah, he's got to put him on something.
he's got to be a lot
Yeah.
stronger than King 10.
Yeah.
And, you know, if it's King 10 suited, maybe. Have
Yeah.
a
I
look
wasn't
at
going to
the
hit
flop.
ace king. I was going to
Flop
flop a
to
straight.
C1 at least.
No, turn it, sorry. I was going to go nachos on the flop.
Do you have that, Henny?
So you got any horses here? What do you think?
I had nothing. I had ace high.
We were discussing it before with Emmy when it
but they weren't
started.
suited, so I had 2 chances to
Gary
make a
picked
flush.
Greg Tucker
That's what-
from yesterday already when we were down to 4 tables. And he said that Greg's due a big one and that he's going with Greg. You know, we're neutral here, but we have our sentimental favourites.
No, definitely.
I'm a Clayton supporter. I like the way the man plays. I like his demeanour. I like the attitude. I like a lot of things about it. I've had dinner with him a few times and we discussed poker, and I really enjoy Clayton's outlook on the game. So he'd be my sentimental favourite. And of course, Doc Payther, because I've known him for so long.
Yeah.
We go back a long, long way.
He's got years behind him as well.
He's got years of friendship with me. So there's always a bit of a sentimental thing there. So if I'm going to pick, it's between the two of those.
Yeah, no, definitely. In fact, for me, you know, I personally like Clayton to win. Obviously, we're quite good buddies. The thing is, I'm friends with all these guys, but
me too.
it's hard to make a comment. But initially, when I first started playing, my actual thought was going to be heads up between Henny and Max.
Okay.
That's what I initially thought. When
Incredibly strong, both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no two ways about it.
700,000.
And Henny is due as well because,
Yep.
gee, he had a sickie then at that last series up there. You know, everybody knows about the Jack 5 and the King's
definitely.
Hand. That was super sick.
Definitely. I mean, Henny dominates in the other tournaments as well. You know, I've played so many games with him. He's definitely a force.
Yeah, I play with Henny on a weekly basis.
okay.
Yeah, some of the games that we play. So I play cash with Henny on a weekly basis, so I know Henny pretty well. Plus, I've known him from years ago from tournaments and things like that. He made me bubble the Royal Rumble in Swazi in the one year in 2012.
Wow.
I got it in with Ace King. He had Ace Queen and he found the Queen.
19 suited.
So it was a sick. That was actually a terrible year for me. 2012, I bubbled 3 major tournaments with Ace King against Ace Queen twice.
If we come heads up, I want the trophy.
That's
dominating
crazy.
them, but they all
Yeah, but
found the
then
Queen every
it's like
time on
none
the
of it.
flop.
In fact, everyone I spoke to said Ace King is such an overrated hand. And funny enough, I've lost Ace King 6 times.
When they get such a
high roll event.
No, but when we go up,
You know, it is, but it's still such a super strong opening hand, and especially in the latter stages of the tournament. If you've got Ace King and somebody opens and you jam over the top of them with Ace King, which is what happened in all 3 cases, and they called me with Ace Queen, and King Queen, I'm happy.
Definitely.
I wasn't happy with the outcomes, but yeah, I'm happy when they call me with that.
Greg's picked up a nice hand, yeah, he's jack suited.
So he's raised, yeah.
Good, yeah.
Clayton's chipped up nice, he's on 4 million now.
Yeah, he's chipped up super well. It started with the one from Gareth because Clayton came to the table as the shortest stack at 1,325,000, with Doc just behind him on 1,355,000.
Yeah.
So there was 30,000 difference between them.
Okay. Oh yes, I've seen that. But I mean, I spoke to Clayton earlier. He told me, listen, he had card dead from 400,000.
He did.
He battled to come up.
But he did incredibly well to hang in there to grind it out. So it's well done by him to have chipped up to the point where he has. And he's just behind Marco. Marco, of course, sitting with the 5.5 million. And Henny and Clayton are close in chips. So Henny's 3-betting here with the 8s.
495.
Greg might give him respect or might float one. What do you think?
Ace Jack suited.
Might be a call, eh?
It's raised to 200, 3-bet to 495. 295 more into 895. I think he's going to call in position.
KP.
Yeah.
The big thing is that he will play the hand in position.
495.
So he's going to make the call. He's not going to leave the soldiers out there.
Yep.
But he's suited. And you see there, Tremaine Tallywent, let's go Cly. Support coming from Clayton's family.
Ooh.
Oh, there's an 8 straight away for Henny.
That's a dry board fairly for Greg, so...
Yeah,
he's
I
not
don't think Greg does any money. Yeah, and Henny running well. That's his second flopped set. Flopped set of 6s, and now he's
Yeah.
flopped a set of 8s.
Henny, I suppose we'll check, yeah?
He 3-bet pre. Look at Max looking at him. Look at the
Yeah,
focus that Max
yes.
is putting on Henny to get whatever he can out of Henny. So now Henny, having 3-bet pre, if he checks, then he's ripping a hand like Ace King and that, and he's not 3-betting it
Yeah.
into the somebody else. So he's checking. It's gone check on the
Ooh.
flop.
That's a sick card.
Yeah, so on the turn, and this is the second time a sicky's come on the turn. Max also turned a jack.
Yes.
Similar
correct,
setup,
correct.
eh?
Very.
Similar setup.
I say he gets paid, yeah? He definitely gets paid.
Now that the jack has come, he gets paid, yeah.
In fact, Greg might choose to re-raise here as well. He's not going to give an overpair. Definitely not.
You can give him aces or kings as well, because aces or kings might check the flop to trap.
I think he
and
might
then bet the turn.
I think he might put Henny on ace king, ace queen.
So I think Greg is going to flat here only. I don't think he's raising.
I say Greg will jam, eh?
I think he's going to flat only because he's putting Henny on a big hand. Because Henny checked that flop and then comes out betting on the turn. He makes the call.
Makes a call, yeah. He doesn't want to see a club, I suppose. That's what he's thinking. Maybe Henny's on a big draw.
Four. There's a
Might
4
say,
card
eh?
straight, but it's not. He's not going to put any on 7s pre-flop.
Yeah.
And he checks the river. Now this is to induce
Greg to bet.
He's going to give Greg the jack now, and he wants Greg to hang himself. If Greg is smart, he checks back here.
Yeah.
If Greg is smart, he checks back here, and Greg is a smart player.
There's already enough in the pot. There's 2.2 million in the pot already.
Yeah,
so.
you know.
There's no way you don't shove
And
it.
he checks back.
Good play.
He checks back.
Very
Well
good
played,
play.
Greg.
Very good play.
What a check back from Greg.
How do you not shove?
And Henny played the hand superbly to try and get as much chips as possible. You've got to admire the way Henny played the hand.
Yep.
But also Greg. Greg controlled incredibly well there.
See, personally on that hand, obviously I'm seeing it from here. I think if Henny put a little value bet, Greg would have had to pay him off.
Yeah, Greg would have had to pay him off. But Henny was trying to show that he maybe had ace, king, ace, queen.
Yeah.
And he wants Greg to bet the river for value and get.
You see, the thing is when he bet the jack, and Greg calls immediately. You should
He
say,
knows Greg's got the jack.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, the only thing you can put Greg on is an ace jack.
Correct.
Maybe if he's got an overpay, he's got to pay him off.
Yeah.
So I think Henny lost a bit of value there.
Yeah, that's why I checked. Kings, queens.
We've heard about that reflop.
So
100.
Greg is saying that
I'll
put you could have had kings or queens and you're trapping.
I put him on ace queen. I thought it was an absolute value bet. He has to call the.
That's what he's saying. Can you say the exact same thing?
I snap. You see how I snap? You have 7. Good luck to you.
What did you do with 7 in the hand in the first place?
Yeah, exactly. He says if you've got 7s, they're good luck to you.
Alvin's been a bit carded. He's just
Yeah, he hasn't had too much to play with. He came to the final table with 1.7 million. We'll get in between hands. We'll get them to put up the current chip counts for us.
Yeah.
We'll ask you to organize that for us. Alan driving the GFX this morning.
I must say the setup here is something else, eh?
Yeah, it's improving all the time. I mean, the amount of money that Carl and CardStream are investing into this product and all the work that gets put in by the tech guys here and everybody else, it's improving. I promise you. I missed Sabaya.
Yeah.
as I was injured, as everybody knows.
Yeah, I must say
and I've come back.
You were sorely missed, eh?
Thank you, I appreciate that. I try and add my bit for value.
Yeah.
But I've come back to a different mixing board, audio board. The old one was a little one in the middle there. That's superior. Every time there's new bells and whistles.
Yeah.
They've now added the big blinds on
good feeling or a bad
behind the players' names, as you can see here on the bottom. And I'm pointing.
Is it a good or bad feeling?
So you've not only got the stack, you've got the amount of big blinds each player has got. So that's a new thing that Hichu found and put up for us.
Yeah.
So it all helps.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
So
confident.
Alvin has jammed all in, yeah?
And he folds. It's too much.
Yeah, I think he folds. And you see, Alvin had bled down to half his starting stack from this morning.
Yeah. Sheesh, you have 1.7 to 950.
Just not getting any hands, not getting any spots. Having
Mark,
to
Mark
fold
is a
one
bit
or
of a
two.
wild card, eh? He might decide to call you. Oh, no, he's got other players behind him, so...
Yeah,
no,
he's
I
got
think
other players behind him.
He folds.
Yeah, so the setup is amazing. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier today. Do you know that in the beginning we had only that size screens? I commentated on a screen that size.
Really?
They did their preview screen was a computer-sized screen
First
like
one is
that.
very good.
These are the screens we had, and slowly the upgrades for the commentators, the big preview screen there is even bigger with all the different cameras on, etc., etc. So the whole setup is grown and grown, but it takes money and it takes time and investment to improve it.
I must say, I mean, Monster Jam has come such a long way. Looking at all these add-ons and stuff, you just know it's not cheaper. It's quite
Yeah, well,
expensive.
this is a separate company, Cardstream.
Yeah.
Cardstream contract to Monster Jam.
Yeah.
And this is all Cole's investment in here.
This card was
Cardstream.
one card higher.
Yeah, it's out of his own pocket. And he's doing it for the love of the game.
Sheesh.
To promote him. Cole Marburg.
Really?
Yeah, Cole Marburg owns Cardstream.
I had no idea.
Gary's a shareholder as well, and yeah, they put the investment in and into making this, and then they subcontract the product to Monster Jam.
Okay, that's amazing.
What is joke?
Yeah, Robert Cowley says, how's it, Sugi?
I'll tell you what I got.
Robert's flown up from Stellenbosch this morning.
Okay, that's good
And
to see.
he's going to join us
What
for
you got,
the main warm-up and also for the main event.
That'll be great. Good to see you, Rob.
So now Max in the big blind is contemplating this, but it's for a lot of his stack. It's for a lot of his stack, and he gives it up.
Is Jack?
There's Jack. I swear.
Alvin tells him I had a pair.
You won't say which pair.
At least a pair of Kanunas. Other one?
He's Jack.
Yeah, Yanni there. At least a pair of kahunas. Yeah. Definitely had the guts to put it in any. Yeah, so that's the
lucky,
setup.
eh?
This is
You're
an
lucky,
independent
eh?
company, Cardstream.
That Jack's one card higher.
So I don't
Cool,
work
that's
for
sweet.
Monster Jam, I work for Cardstream.
Oh, okay.
I
that's
work
nice.
for Gary and Cole.
I must find out where the applications are. Maybe I need to apply.
Yeah, you'll have to speak to them, eh? Come get a job as commentator. You won't be playing anymore then?
Nah, I love playing, so I do this part time.
Jack's one card higher. It's pretty cool.
Full day Jack? Really?
Yeah, no, I love playing as well,
Jack.
but it was an avenue
Jack.
for me at the time. It just happened, and this was all pre-COVID.
Yeah.
So this is my 10th series that I've done with the commentating with Gary. Only missed Sabaya because of injury.
Yeah.
I didn't see how many bigs, 10.
We started at Carnival, and then we went to the river.
How much you had?
And then we did the whole of the SunBet tour last year, all the different stops. And then, of course, this is our second season of SunBet.
Yeah.
Gary, of course, started before that. Yehu was one of the founding tech guys as well.
Okay.
And they started, there were just 3 people in the back.
What happened to Brad? I remember Brad was here as well.
Brad is pursuing his artist career. He actually video called us this morning.
Okay.
So Brad was there.
did you have earlier against
Initially, it
JP
was
when
Yehu, and I think, and his cousin that started it. And
No, I don't think he did. I think he had like S5.
and then after that, Brad and Jakes came along, and Yehu was still there.
He just opened shit.
So and just Gary
about to
doing
do
the
it, so-
commentating.
And then
So
he
it grew from a team of 3 to what you see now.
Wow.
I think that's very good.
It's a massive team. And I suppose everybody plays quite a vital role here. Each one's got a little thing
Well,
to do.
absolutely. I can't commentate, and Max has got Ace King here. if there's not the sound guy, if there's not the cameras guys,
putting
if
it
there's
up
not
there.
the GFX and the doing the software and all that. So it's a 9-9-10 board. It's a dock with a 9-6.
Nice disguise
flopped. Oh, and there's the ace now for Max.
Oh, Max must come
You
out.
see, and Max limped into trap.
Max quite clever. He keeps the pit fairly small. Look at it. He bets
Yeah,
min.
but he limped in from the small blind.
Oh, yeah.
To trap. And look at that now. That might save him because...
yeah.
It could have been like an ace or something.
Oh, no.
I think it
You can give Kanesh any
10,
9,
yeah.
any 10. You can give him a 9 or a 10 in a limp pot.
He flats, yeah.
And he flats. He pays him off.
He's got to.
As you should.
The 10 was a bad card for
Yeah,
Kinesh.
Max doesn't show his cards there.
10 was a really bad card for Kinesh. Kinesh lost a lot of value because of
Yeah.
10.
Really? Check bet, cool.
So 200k.
I suppose if a
The value bet on
4
the
or
river.
a brick came, 4 or a 2,
Yeah.
you get some money in.
So that's the risk that Max took. He limped into Kanesh and he wanted Kanesh to raise. Kanesh didn't raise,
Yeah.
checked back. And Kanesh found a great flop.
I mean, 6-9 suited is a good enough hand just to see a flop.
Yeah, but he didn't even have to do anything. He was in the big blind. He
Yeah.
just checked back.
No, I'm saying he didn't want to get,
Yeah.
too fancy and decides to...
No, he didn't need to raise.
Exactly.
And if I got 9-6 suited and it's limped to me, I'm just happy to check back and
see a flop.
See a flop and see what develops. It's a hand that can flop well.
Like 7-8, Jack 8, like 9, 8. Can't really flop, man.
Please, the proper spook.
Can't have a 10.
Okay, I'll fold this well. Just now I'll get punished for it.
So Marco with ace-5. He hasn't played a hand for a while. He's going to raise from the hijack. See Greg looking at him before he even looks at his own cards. He wants to get a bit of a read.
230.
And Greg's an accomplished player, yeah?
Definitely. In fact, he was on my table most of the day, on day 1.
So action on Max. Jack 9 suited on the button. That's a hand that he can 3-bet with because he knows that Marco is opening light.
Yeah.
And he will have position.
Problem is he's so short stacked at the moment now.
Yeah.
So he actually wanted to do that.
Raise 600,000.
Yeah, you're right. You're perfectly right.
KYC, know your customer.
That's it. That's it. And funny enough, Marco is obviously going to see that Max doesn't have much left behind him. So
Absolutely.
he must be quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. He's 3-bet to 600. He leaves 190 behind.
Yeah.
He's sending a statement that I've got a monster hand here.
And he wants to get max value instead of shoving it.
No.
See, look at young Marco's face.
He knows the kicker's weak.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, he's got chips to call. It's only 370 more.
So that's cool.
Marco asked him, what did you leave behind? And he left very little behind.
Come back, you know.
Tell me what you got and I'll tell you what to do.
100 times better when you do that.
Max giving a bit of table talk there, man.
I think ace not suited is just like a snap. Maybe you have like king suited. Like pocket threes or pocket fours.
Nah, I don't chop pocket freeze.
Try to look weak. I mean, you're strong.
What you got?
You sharp? I'll see you in 30 minutes anyway.
He wants to show the ace on it, guaranteed.
No.
Pretty sure you're winning. Pretty sure you're winning.
In the show, I'll see you in 30 minutes anyway. He tries to get the info.
He doesn't.
It's this very sick play, and when I told Sugi he's going to 3-bet, he's like, no, but I just know him in that position from that button versus a person that's going to open light.
Yeah, I know he's dropped that. It's like a bottle.
Yeah.
I'm ace 5.
He jumps on the spot.
Oh, it's definitely a fault.
Okay. GP. That's like pros. Kings against kings. Ace queen. Jack. To be honest, I'm going to see it in 20 minutes. Hey, what? Jack. This is such a stiff bluff if you don't have it because it doesn't make any difference. I'm going to see it in 20
No
minutes.
one's really sitting with the phones though to look at the hands later. I suppose they're looking in the breaks.
Yeah, or they get somebody to look for them and update them.
Dumbass.
Up to me.
So Haggai coming to have a chat with Clayton. Pocket aces for Marco now. So now if somebody missteps against him.
What's he raised to there? 230.
Yeah.
Well, buddy.
Pretty standard, eh?
Good, man.
Are you still there?
Okay.
Yeah, he's keeping it
Yeah,
standard.
he's keeping it standard.
Match with a pair, yeah.
Oh,
Gets out the way.
Good enough to fold.
He's
Kings and
just
queens?
chipped up. Look at the face.
Yeah.
Like a naughty schoolboy with that look sometimes.
Clayton's got 4s, he might float.
He might set mine, yeah?
Most of the time, I never had
I
that.
mean, he's got 3.8 million. Marco's got 4.5 million. So he can easily set mine, yeah?
I see it in
Where do
3
you see the
minutes.
position? He's under. He's a small blind, eh?
You best player. Me don't want to
Thanks,
double.
buddy. Jy lekker man.
Small blind must call.
Oh no, he's got like ace-4 suit or something.
Jy het al erger gesien sonder om die TV te kyk.
He makes the call, goes set mining. There's one of his 4s.
Good luck, sir.
Hier of hy?
Oh, and Max would have spiked a set of 3s if he had have come in.
I'd like to see the look on his face now.
Are you well?
And that's a safe flop for Clayton. He's not going to get into too much trouble on that flop with the 4s.
Yeah. Marco will check back as well.
Look at Marco. He lifts up the shades, studying the flop, the little Hollywood there.
Check, yeah.
He's trying to induce some action from
Marco.
From Clayton. So
oh no, but Clayton's on small blind, so obviously
yeah, he checked first. Marco now.
Kry nie sommer sets en goed, as ek 'n sets kry.
And he's got the check mark already because there are no 4s left in the deck.
Al 2 keer op die top.
They were folded. Both 4s were folded.
So he made it quite small, eh?
Ek
It was
sukkel
both
gewone
fours
compare
folded.
kry.
Yeah, you can see over the outs, the tick marks already.
okay.
There's no outs at the top of the screen.
Okay.
Ek voel goed.
So 10 on the turn makes the board very straighty.
Yeah. Clayton folds, I suppose. He checks back. Marco has to put a bet because the board's drawing.
Yeah, so Clayton checks the turn. Action on Marco.
So he's got a bet here. $400.
$750.
750,000.
So it goes, what, 60%?
Yeah, and I think Clayton must fold now.
You might think for a minute. And then fold.
You've got to look, what are you beating here with 4s? Only a stone cold bluff.
Marco's bet is actually quite good because it's likely for Clayton to have 2 pair on this board. You know, so if Clayton does call one, it's...
You'll get rid of it. And nice
Big
hand
move
by
this
Marco.
time.
Gets nice
Big
value.
move, Shava.
Yeah, he wants to... He'll show the aces.
If you swear on God what your last hand was, I'll tell you.
Oh, I see ace of clubs.
That's weird.
Probably ace
Right, so
7
a
or
few
something.
shout-outs here for you, Sugi. So Candace Hartman says, Chess, best you let the Silver Surfer know live, now that he's with you, that you and Gary rate him as one of the most improved players since he mentioned it, you know. And then Brad Simpson, hey Kazi, and he's that's Brad giving you a shout-out
Okay,
there.
that's good, man. Thanks, Candace, and how's it, Brad? Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, Candace watches the stream all the time.
Yeah, she's quite an avid. She plays quite well also. Eh?
Yeah, she does. And
much worse. That's what I was thinking.
she watches the stream all the time, and
That was the
she's
risk.
always adding comments and that. So she's got
you
her,
seem like
her
over there
personal
having-
favourites.
Like,
So she's a supporter of the
It's like,
Silver
oh, no,
Surfer
Max
as
is
well.
double.
Appreciate all the support.
Am I big blind? No, not yet. And he's
Marco's been picking a lot of rag aces.
Yeah, and he plays them. You know, he had pocket aces there the last time, and he got a bit of value.
Position's not good.
Yeah. And Candace Hartman gives a shout out to Wei Wei. She says, "Hey Wei Wei, I see you hiding in the back there." That's when we brought the camera in and panned it across.
I must say, Wei's been a good addition to the team, eh?
He's been an excellent addition to the team. joined the team at Times Square for the first time. And then, of course, he was with him in Sabaya, which I missed. And now here. And between him and Echo, they've helped all the newer members. So we've had 3 additions to the team this tour.
I must say, I'm missing Way at the tables, though.
What do you think yours is?
Like
ace or something?
Yeah. I must taking away his chips.
Shots fired.
Better.
So the flop is King, King 7 in the limp pot here. No help for either player. The Queen High of Henny still ahead.
Oh no, we're talking about you.
Alvin has to bet to win this pot.
Yeah, it's gone check on the flop.
Alvin,
7 on the turn.
Alvin must put a bet to win. 320 or something.
Red ones.
Any will actually know. Any will know that his queen is ahead here because if Alvin had an AC raises pre-flop, if he hasn't bet the flop and the turn, he doesn't have a king or a 7. So he knows his queen is good. That's exactly how he's ranged it down.
Definitely. You're 100% correct.
No, I had very close.
Or what do I know?
Alvin with the with an ace, obviously he's gonna raise. So and he knows queen is. I mean, double paired board.
Yeah, Sugi, what I know, I'm still learning.
Back here. You're a champion.
No one else.
I could see that's why I asked.
I'll tell you what,
Jack 9 3 comes.
I've done now over 100 days of streaming in the 10 tours I've done. And at an average of 10 hours a day, that's over 1,000 hours of streaming. And the amount of intel you pick up, the amount of information you pick up, the amount of improvement for my own game that you pick up is unbelievable.
I must say, sitting here myself as well, I can actually see all the players and their faces and their reactions and their bet sizing. It actually makes my game a bit better.
People don't realize that you're doing a valuable job here, but you also learn a lot. Gary's going to come to spend some time with you now as well.
That's going to be sweet.
Gary's still busy with admin stuff and other stuff.
I think we're holding the fort quite well, yeah?
Yeah, I'm enjoying spending time with you, Sugs, but you and I get on well.
No,
so
definitely.
It's always good if you have a mate pop in and to me, this job is, I enjoy it. It's like chatting with your mate. That's how it started with Gary and myself. I popped in as a guest spot. I've popped in, that's how I ended up with the job.
I must say, you guys have such good chemistry, so, listening to the guys on the stream, it's quite nice.
It was Carnival City, pre-COVID. I played an event, I cashed, I bust. As I bust, Gary came out and said, what are you doing now? So I said, I'm going home. So he said, would you stay down the road? I said, yeah. He said, do you want to come spend 2 hours in the booth? And that's how it started.
Pleasure. That's quite a nice love story there.
Yeah, like all lovers, you have your tips, you have your makes-ups, you find out. But the chemistry's good and we get on and he's knowledgeable. Gary's knowledgeable, so it's nice to spend time with him next to him and chat poker. That's basically what it is.
I haven't really played much of poker with Gary on the same table,
I played a lot of poker with Gary. We played it for quite a bit together.
I remember you knocked me out of the one tournament we played together, the teams event.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Ace King versus Nines, I dream about those hands.
Just because it's so deep.
Yeah, those are standard flips.
Yeah, definitely.
Those are standard flips. I mean, we were on the final table. We were in the money.
Yeah.
I mean, that was quite a big event. I mean, there were nearly 170 players.
You remember I was chip lead on the table, eh? Massive stack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I lost Ace Queen against a mediocre hand.
Yeah, I mean, I jammed the Ace King.
Yeah.
You called with the nines.
Yeah.
It's a flip. You hold up, I'm out, I hit, damage due, that's the way it goes. Lions Head Poker Crew, let's go Clayton. The whole of Cape Town is behind you. And Tremaine Tallywentz, go Clayton. So lots of support for Clayton.
Yeah.
You're very rich, man.
Clayton's wife, in fact, was here last week. His wife and his kid. In fact, I brought my wife in as well.
Very nice.
They had quite a nice time going to the spas and what have you, and then they went for a little game drive. So there's quite a lot to do around Sun City as well for the family.
Raise 200,000
Well, that's what Emmy was saying, that it's such a nice destination for a family stopover for everybody because there's a lot to do for the families and everything, and
But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's just
then the guys can still play poker as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a long drive from
You better 10
Pretoria
on
or
the flop, right?
Johannesburg.
So I can
No, I think,
in my
look,
head I
if
was
you're
like,
coming from
only
Cape
lose to a
Town or
9
Durban or
and a
something like
flush,
that, you've got to fly
but
in
you have loads of straight
and
draws,
then still
7, 8,
transport to
that's
Sun
fine.
City.
Yeah.
Then it's a bit out of the way.
I was like, oh, I can't really fold this. And I
But
had king,
for
so
us
it's
from
like,
Joburg,
doesn't
it's
even
not too
interact
bad
with
at
any
all.
of your straights, and it's
so
so
strong.
strong. Even if you somehow got ace, I can still win. Was annoying.
Nice feeling. Like yesterday at the
So Max will post
Yeah, that's what you're supposed
big
to.
blind and the big blind
And
ante.
get you to shove.
So since the money bubble
Smart for
has
it, you are.
burst, we haven't had a big flurry of action.
Yeah, I suppose guys are waiting
In a
for some
minute,
hands as well. No one's getting out of line.
I don't think you understand how upset.
Punt in ace queen again. And
How upset I'm going to be if I double.
Standard raise from Kinesia,
Really so
250?
upset.
Yeah, you'll go around anywhere between
do it. Let's just,
220 and
do it.
250.
That's all.
1-3, 1-3.
Let's all just put a 5k bounty on
Including
Max.
those.
So what's
Let's all
Kinesia
just
under
put
the
a bounty
gun?
on Max and just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, under the gun, 7-handed.
Yeah, I got less now.
Maybe 250, 300.
No bounties, thank you.
Yeah, there goes 250. Yeah. Standard opening.
Let's go to the bathroom, so bad.
Round 2, Henny.
You take number 2.
They're also keeping the pot size a bit too small because I suppose if he raises a bit too big, then he's pot committed. He's got to put more chips in. So the guys are
It's
playing.
exactly what happened with that very first hand with Gareth.
Marco.
I see him so
Folds,
stupid.
Pocket 5s for Greg in the small blind.
Greg might decide to 3-bet you.
You see now, Greg has bled down to 1.2 after that big pot with Henny. So out of position to an under the gun raiser with pocket 5s.
The baby's in.
He's going to put the baby in or fold, and he's putting the baby in. Siku with his famous the baby is in.
Kinesh might give him respect and fold because he knows Greg's playing quite a solid game, eh?
Sorry, new microphone. Hello.
Yeah, Gary's there.
My money's on a call.
So Gary's saying that he reckons it will be called by Kinesia.
2.3 million behind.
$1 million to call.
He said can't call.
He says, I want to count to see before I call. He wants an exact count.
It leaves him with 1.3 behind if he does make the call. So
1 million.
Still chips to play with.
But we can see it's almost a flip here. 55-45.
But it's the right thing to do. Get the exact count
150.
before you just make a snap decision.
150. Yes.
I think he does put Greg on a small pair.
Yeah.
Definitely. You know, ace king, ace queen's not really going to jam.
So
He makes the call.
I bet you're glad I'm here, eh? So I
Yeah,
can keep you all right.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before, definitely. Ace jack, hey, that's my...
So we're going to the races. Good luck to both gentlemen.
Yeah.
Pocket 5s for Greg.
I'd like a nice spicy flop, yeah?
What's a spicy flop, Sugi?
2, 3, 4.
Okay, that is a spicy flop. No, there's the ace in the window. So Greg needing a lot of help now.
He needs a 5 and a 5 only.
Folded an ace.
Ah,
Oh,
he gets
there's
add
another
ace. Add a bit more salt to the wound. And
I folded ace 3 as well.
So Greg is unfortunately eliminated in 7th place.
65,200 South African rands.
well played, Greg.
Doc.
Well played.
It is very well played by Greg, and he's made a final table for the first time in a while. He hasn't been playing in tournaments. So nice to see him cash. And Doc will chip up quite nicely.
Ace 3 off. It was suited. I
I
was
see Kinesh has a big smile in his face now. Now he's back in the game.
I'm sorry to see Greg Tucker go because I had him pegged as my horse and I thought he was going to do the business for us, but hey-ho, it is what it is. I think we're coming up to the break very shortly.
I was a 3-bet.
11 minutes and 40 seconds to be exact.
Sure, that'll be 2 hours gone. It's flown by.
100%.
It has. Imran Bujani talking too much. We were talking about him because he's not here now.
Yeah. He actually,
I swear down if
as
that's
soon as
organized
JP
fight
Busty
against
asked to
Boston,
go
I swear,
to leave, he wanted to go to Greek champ. Yes, so he's been gone since then.
Yeah, I saw
the
him.
bubble burst.
I saw him outside.
I made it 6 by
I chatted with JP before I left.
In fact, we coached JP to come back and play this event. He was on his way out.
Is it?
And we told him,
But that was
"Listen, come,
before you
mate,
were
you're
home.
running and you're playing so
Yeah,
well.
a
You know,
million
just
chips less than that.
make a plan and come." He was going to fly hard.
He had a million chips less than that.
actually
It
did
took
quite
about when
Yeah,
I
he said to me he couldn't play the main. He's got other commitments, but you know, me being a Dorfell grandpa, I didn't even realise that he was famous. I thought he was just another oak, you know, which is good.
No, that's actually JP oak.
Yeah, but I mean, I said to him, I didn't even know you were famous. I said, I didn't even know you were into the World Series. And he actually turned around, he said, I appreciate that. No,
I mean, it's good to see him. Yeah, he plays a good game as well. He has a lot of moves, different dynamics to the game as well.
I've got a pre-generated like AI that does it for me. It's actually very nice.
So raised by Marco. Doc with a king jack in the big blind. I think he defends his big blind, Jasugi.
Yeah, he's got the chips to do it now. He's got to.
Favorite to win right now.
And he knows Marco's opening line from late position.
That's so sick. What am I odds now? Just
Still favorite.
like they
Still favorite, but you.
And how's that? He flops the baby.
Yes,
How's that?
Flops the baby.
Running good.
He's on big blind. He'll check.
Yeah.
It goes check, check.
He's got a check.
Yeah, check, check. I don't think he's going to get much value in this board.
Not unless an ace peels.
Well, when he checks, he's already checked. Now he's getting value because Marco's always c-betting.
Yeah, Marco has to. I mean, he's got to see where he stands instead of
There it
chips.
is, 190k c-bet. He's raised. I said resist the urge to raise.
No, that's a fold.
450,000.
And then it's a fold.
I think it would have been a nice, just a flat call here.
Well, does he know his man better than you do?
Yeah. The problem is, I mean, I suppose there's flush draws on the board as well, so maybe he's trying to protect his hand as well.
Or maybe Ganesh is just throwing him a curveball and expecting him to call here on the basis that he expected him to see bet, so therefore he's going to re-raise.
It's
Bit
better
of reverse
than
psychology. Decides not to.
He
like
folds.
Queen Jack. Fuck, I was this close to like 1.1. Then I was like Queen Jack, just
Come on.
calls for something.
They're quite evenly stacked now, Ganesh
Yeah.
and Marco.
That's for your own.
And Clayton has chipped up significantly since Gary was here.
Yeah.
So put the chip comes out for Gary, and Gary, you'll see that Clayton has chipped up significantly as well.
Yeah, so we'll get the chip count
I thought
right
that's
up, right?
crazy.
No.
Just short of 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you do that so well.
Yeah, 5.2, 4.9,
But there's too many draws that you can just
4.5.
call.
9 bigs for Alvin. He needs to make some moves. 10 bigs for Max Davison. He definitely needs to make some moves as well. And of course, we know Max can make moves.
Max can
That's
come
my
back for
bad. I
200,000,
apologize.
so
Next time I got
can
you.
definitely chip up.
Indeed.
It's about the best hand Alvin's seen in a while. Pocket twos.
Yeah, Alvin's not had much there. He jammed the pocket fours all in.
He's all in.
Jamming, yeah. He's got
You
just.
say the Devon baby.
Any pair.
The Devon poison.
And he's got one of his ads.
Devon poison I fault.
Devon poison.
Huey and Louis over there. Dewey hiding with Henny.
Max folds.
Nobody with anything to call yet.
That's in a move.
Doc's been picking up hands also, so maybe he might pick up something. That's what he's got.
Actions on Max first. I don't know
Yeah,
what he's
yeah.
thinking about so long with King
How
4.
cool is this, Sugi, seeing the cards up coverage?
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is the coolest ever.
It's
eh?
amazing. I'm actually enjoying the expressions on the guy's face. I see it up close and personal.
Yeah.
So.
20.
Max is very animated.
Mind you, you are one of the facial impressions.
Is it? Oh, yeah, I know that.
Trust me. You're up there with our superstars when it comes to the facial expressions.
I listen to all the chats about it.
Uh,
And Mr. Hollywood, yeah, let's
Yes.
give you your Oscar while you're here, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are the Oscars you've won this week.
I must say the Oscars have helped me quite a lot. Eh?
No, we're not criticising, we're just
Yeah.
laughing.
We're
with
just
you.
commenting. And Sugi was saying, Gary, that it's a different perspective actually watching it from the commentator's perspective here.
Jet Max?
Yeah.
How you waste
Well,
time?
Of course
You
it
don't
will
even
be.
check your card, you ask for the account.
Check him out.
Nothing. I don't know.
Thank you.
I mean, you just intimidate me before you even see your cards.
That's my strategy. Oh, let's see how many chips you got. What's wrong with that?
I mean, you made
that's because you stack it so funny. I'm just
Gary,
asking how many chips you
myself
have.
and
the dealer
Marcus
count the
talking
chips and then
about
you've got
who do we think
3-7.
You're
is
not
gonna
allowed to
take
ask
us
for a
down?
count.
What's your
You've
take
got
on that?
three.
Well,
So
originally
you
I
want
had
balance,
Greg
150.
Tucker as my guy.
Yeah.
But Henny with chips is dangerous. Alvian with chips is dangerous, but he's struggling at the moment. He's running bad.
Maybe I find something.
Clayton's a dark horse. I think Marco's
Possible,
also
right?
a dark horse. Kanesh is a dark horse. So, I mean, it's any one from 6 for my liking. But if you put me on the spot and you said skills, reputation, etc., it's got to be Davison.
Davison. So initially what I said, I mean, before all these, I know the buddies on the table, but I said the heads up would have been Henny Apple's my number one choice, who I think will take it, and Max Davison. Henny against Max.
Okay, so, you know, it's anyone from 6 here, and I mean no disrespect to any of the players there. Clayton.
No, definitely.
Any
Obviously,
one of these
I'd
very-
want Clayton to win. You know, him and I are good buddies.
Yeah. But if you said here's £1 million and it's 10-1, and you can only bet on one player, I think Davison's the guy who I bet it on.
Yeah. It's a bit short stack now. Is it?
Yeah, but that means nothing to Max.
That means nothing to him.
You know, he's here to win it. He's not worried about any ICM.
Yeah. He picks up a nice hand. Yeah, ace jack.
He'll probably get knocked out though. You watch. Commentator's kiss of death.
Is it because the ace jack? Yeah, I hate seeing
It's the
those
kiss
cards,
of
man.
death. The sucks.
Has he looked you up for the odds from last night, yet, guys?
Yeah.
600.
Raise 600,000.
I'm sure he took great glee in that.
Max and I are mates, so.
That's what I'm getting at.
Fours and
You always
threes,
have great glee when you take from your mates.
And if you say, Gary, you wasn't here. Max had pocket threes and the flop comes a 3 on the flop. He would have scooped a massive pot, but obviously he folded to the re-raise.
Yeah, but then like I say to people, there's only so many unicorns in the world that you can chase, you know.
Yeah.
You could chase that for a year and never hit it again, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, make the best decision based on the information available at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, many a time, even you, we sat there and watched you, and you folded like 5s out of position, and then the flop comes with a 5.
Yeah, and I just look at myself.
It's really bad when it comes
it's
5-5, of course.
crazy, yeah.
Which happened the other day with 2s with somebody.
Hold up.
So here we go.
Green. Oh, yes.
All in on a call.
So Max is behind. I told you, kiss of death.
Any calls?
Come queen in it.
Yeah. Throw into a queen, ace of jack.
Henny's extremely deep.
Queen, ace, jack.
Good luck.
Wow.
Ah.
I told you, didn't I? As soon as you asked me that question, that was the kiss of death.
I want to give it to you, I swear to God.
So Max is eliminated in 6th spot. Picks up 86,000 rand.
Does this happen every tournament? Do people just fucking give you 9-10 all?
He'll not be happy with that, trust
No.
me.
Unlucky, bud.
All the other guys would
Unlucky,
because they get a
yeah.
lovely pay jump here.
Yeah, there is a
13.
decent pay jump now, like 50k almost. So
What the was that? Any? Any, man. What
And
the
we're down to
fuck?
5.
Yeah,
What
we're
was the
just
click
a
saying?
few minutes away
If
from
you
the
miss
first break
flop,
of the day. Just for the folks
you
at
miss the
home,
flop,
we're not
you're
going to
gonna
go
fold.
anywhere. We're going to see this to the conclusion.
Yeah.
We are going to chip up some chips, I believe, and we're going to do some chip counts. And,
Not even just
make sure the players are comfortable.
I'm asking.
yeah, they'll probably take the
any
5k's
the
out of place.
So I think, I mean, as it stands, the guys are quite comfortable now because I think some of them are in for 2 bullets, so definitely the money's back.
Well, I can't only play with aces.
Yeah.
Would have been
I don't
profit.
get aces. I'm going to play
Yeah,
with
next
aces.
payout's 130k.
And as a player, you'll know once you've got your money back or you've doubled it, you can kind of sigh of
I'm
a
big
bit
like
of
that.
relief, and
Yeah.
then you can. It's easier to play. You don't have to become a wider sort of range guy, but it's easier to play. I'm going to try and get this one in before before the close of play. I just want to see the aggression levels. We'll get a V-pip up before.
Yeah.
I think. Sugi's looking at my little signs here. I just hold it up to the tech guy. V-pip.
Vip, I thought, sorry, I want to go pee.
No, P is this one. That's that signal.
Yeah.
So Clayton after a while picks up at least a hand with pocket 8s, yeah? So he has to play this. Does he fold? Or is something wrong with it? That's a bit weird.
They're my mates, but it's so good for me to get rid of them.
I know, yeah.
That's quite a
And he's on the button.
Yeah, I don't think.
Very good, like especially Max.
I mean,
Greg's obviously also very
maybe
solid.
just the
I mean,
break
like
is
Max.
coming doesn't fancy it, you know? Players are.
I suppose I know why. He maybe thought that Alvin's obviously going to jam on him.
Yeah.
He maybe got
So
a
we'll quickly look at the V
Maybe
pitch.
ace is a trap. Yeah. He thought you were going to raise, then he was going to ship it. Which you just checked, right? I checked. Yeah, he going. He thought you were going to like 3.4. Suga. 3.4 and he's just going to
Okay,
rip
V
it.
pitch coming. And Marco is the most aggressive.
Bad river.
But this isn't a bad board because 23 to 25% is about right.
It's about right.
So these guys are just kicking nicely now.
How did Gareth go out? I actually didn't watch that.
Who?
Gareth Khalil.
He 5-way chop, I
how did
take
he
the
bust?
trophy, we will go home.
He overcommitted his stack and had no choice but to call.
Oh, yes,
I
so
want
you
the
were mentioning
box.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Do you need the
I
trophy?
raised from the button,
they
but
said if I get
overcommitted.
the
Yeah.
trophy, I
Clayton
get a
had
box.
tens.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Clayton put it in.
He gets a box of cigars.
Gareth had to call and the tens held up.
You see,
Gareth
you see,
had
I
ace
said I
eight.
brought my lighter. Said to me, if I make
It
top
was,
three,
you know, he was pulling a semi-move
he's got a
with an
nice
ace.
even
You still
cigar.
get to smoke one.
Try and get
He
it
gives
through,
me the
pick up
cigar. If I don't make
spare
top
money.
three, my mate.
And,
But
suppose
if I
guys be
don't
open
make
to
top
deals
three, he's going to
from-
light the
from
cigar and he's
what
going to
that
blow
or
the smoke in my face.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
If I win that trophy, he's going to give me a box of
I
cigars.
don't want to discuss people's financial
Yeah.
situations, but I think
Think about it on break.
given the people on the table, there's
Yeah, we'll do that.
maybe not too keen in doing a deal. One, because I think he's confident in his skills.
Yes, yeah.
And,
The raise is
I know
210.
this would definitely have a deal.
Yeah.
I think not interested.
Yeah.
Maybe
Definitely
a prob-
not-
maybe
definitely
a-
not interested.
not interested because money's not. It's about winning for them, not
Yeah.
the money. You know.
Yeah, correct.
So it depends on what flavours we've got left
Yeah.
when it gets to that point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a big pay jumps between 580 and 850 and 320. So maybe they'll take a piece each like they did in the head-to-head and play for the rest. But we'll see.
In fact, the guys on the final table, I know for a fact Clayton's won a high roller. I know Alvin's won a high roller before.
This
Mark
guy's never
obviously
won a trophy.
Mark is. Do you know in Monty it was me and him heads up, and I took him out in the final.
He's never won a live trophy.
Really? Yeah, I robbed him of one.
Anyway, so that's us going to the break, I believe. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
Chop ups, yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, so I suppose it-
Sugi, you're welcome to come back at any time. If you played
Yeah,
the 8K, we'll
100%.
enjoy that.
I really enjoyed this. It was quite
Thanks for
refreshing.
Mark for sort of anchoring the session this morning. Much appreciation. And a shout out to Imran, of course, as well, who's always a delight
otherwise
to
you're gonna hear me
have.
fall.
We're going to fade to black, and we're going to be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good stuff.
So, you know, we can all make mistakes. In actual fact, it's an all-in.
On the last hand.
So it's easy when you're chatting away and the public are going, what are you doing, you mental cases? He said, yeah, I have to call.
I have to call.
Okay, definite action. So you're not going to miss it. You're not going to miss it. Right. Cards on the backs.
No, that's
Alvin
fine.
knows he's been caught with his hand in the
1
cookie
million
jar here.
170 is fine.
Still 30%, of course, always.
Yeah. The last hand. Yeah. So 9-7 versus the King Queen. Like Gary said, he's still got 30% equity. Two diamonds, they're going to hurt him.
He's taken all the diamonds out, any 7, any 9.
And there it is, it's
Done.
over. It's done.
Done. Alice Clark.
Yeah. So Alvin is eliminated.
And Clayton will be up to 4.8 million. Thanks to Sugi as he walks out the door. And we are definitely now going on a break. Thank you very much.
Yeah. See if I got me.
And welcome back. And we're on the final table of the High Roller event. This is at Sun City, your SunBet Poker Tour, the 7th day of the current series, the 3rd of this year. We've muted the table mics because the players are having some private discussions amongst themselves, maybe juggling the numbers a little bit, because we're down to 4 players. At the break, Alvin Pillay was eliminated and by Clayton Tallywanth. So there are the 4 players left. There's Clayton, Henny Apple, Marco Nokia, and Doc Pather. And Clayton has pocket aces here under the gun. And our blinds are 75,000, 125,000.
Shot.
So action on Clayton with the pocket aces under the gun. So Clayton.
But the clock's running. We have to play.
Can we go get it?
You can't be losing time.
No, he said they must.
No, they want to. They can.
But then they must pause the clock. I mean, they can't be running the clock. I mean,
have his hand.
making us wait.
Okay.
Play.
Yeah. 125.
So Clayton is going to raise.
260.
Raise.
Makes it 260. Round to Henny. He's a quick folder. Action on Marco. He's out the way. Round to Doc Pather. Ace-9 suited in the big blind. He's going to defend that. So he's going to need some help on the flop.
How many blue stacks?
So as soon as this hand is concluded, we
move the red down,
look
move
like
the
we're
red
going
down.
to an outside
Okay, sure, that's
interview
fine.
with Caitlin. So the flop is King 7-3, 2 diamonds, no spades, no 9 or ace, so nothing to get Doc into trouble with. The aces are still good. And Doc has checked. So action on Kanesh, and you can see that during the break we've chipped up some of the smaller denominations and added the yellow chip, which is the 100,000 chip. So Clayton comes in with a continuation with the pocket aces. Doc shows him an ace, and Clayton shows him the 2 aces. So nice pot for Clayton.
Dodge, huh? Dodge bullets and dodge bullets. Oh, the board come 999. Fuck.
So Clayton will move from under the gun into the big blind. This is the nature of four-handed.
So
you had a better chance, you said.
I had 3 spades. I had better
And
chance.
Carl Snyman can remember when Sugi started playing poker, he had no clue. Now he's a shark. Yeah, he's come a long way, Carl. And Max at G, hi anyone. Now how many re-entries the final 7 each did? No, Monster Jam will know that information, but probably won't divulge. And he says Henny's a set magnet, 100%, 2 sets already. So he's chipped up nicely with those. So we'll move on to Henny under the gun with the ace-5 offsuit.
125.
Puts the time banks on top of his cards. He's going to raise. Four-handed, of course, the hand values change significantly. Puts in the raise.
265.
Hold up.
265.
Action round to Doc, he folds. Then on to Clayton, 9-8 in the big blind. So he might look to defend here with a 9-8 suited. 5.2 million in chips, Henny on 6 million. Clayton makes the call. So the 9-8 suited versus the ace-5. You can see the percentages are very close in these two types of hands. Not anymore. There's the ace for Henny. No hearts by either player. 3 hearts on the board. There's no draws or anything for Clayton. So it's gone check, check, and he's checking his ace. The 7 on the turn brings an up and down draw for Clayton now. But it's still a very wet board there with all those hearts. And you can see Henny focused on Clayton. He hasn't taken a look off of him. So Clayton going to bet that up and down draw now.
Oh.
125? 125.
It makes it 125,000. Henny's going to call with his ace. So we'll go to the turn. There the outs for Clayton at the top of the screen. Needs a 5 or a 10. It's another heart. And you can see Henny looking at Clayton, looking to get a read. Clayton statuesque in his pose. He checks. Henny checks back, and Henny's ace is good.
I only bet the 125 to set my own price. I check, I'm going to have to make it more expensive for myself.
I'm checking.
You're going to check?
Checking.
You're going to check now.
So Clayton's saying the 125 was basically a blocking bet. So he could
get a price.
try and price himself to get
I
the
don't
straight.
get the 5, he has a 5 with him.
You should?
You're not here, you missed it.
So we'll move on to the next hand. Henny will be in the big blind. Young Marco will be under the gun.
You pro. He's a pro. He told me when he sat down. He's like, no, I don't play much. I'm not very good. Oh, that's what I saw. Sorry, no.
He's got a good teacher. You know who's his teacher?
Lucky. Who's his teacher?
Sugi.
Really?
My coach.
I think bad. No.
75.
So Donovan Harris has come back. He says, yeah, I forgot my glasses and false teeth at the pub last night. Too hungover to go and fetch at the moment. Part of the East London group. When is Imran coming down again to join us for a game? Not sure when Emi's coming. He'll be able to answer you on that, but we will definitely be seeing you in Boardwalk at the end of September, and we'll catch up with you again there, Donovan.
No one took stance against the short stack. Every time you shot.
So Doc on the button with a Queen 10. He's going to put in a raise.
Raise up to 270.
He makes it 270, which is just over a min click. Round 2 Clayton in the small blind. Ace 9 off, not going to get involved. Henny in the big blind. He's put that vape on his cards. He hasn't dragged the cards in. We can't pick up. He's made the defense.
I flopped the nuts. I can't bet. Check.
So we're sweating with Kanesh. We don't know what Henny has. He's checked Doc, and there's an up and down for Doc on the flop. So he checks to take the free card. There's another jack on the turn. Henny comes out betting.
205.
205,000.
205.
Pot is 740. Doc with the up and down. Gonna make the call. So he's looking for an 8 or a king. Ace, no help to Doc. So action on Henny. So Henny deciding what to do here. He had repped that jack by betting it on the turn after checking Doc. And he's sizing up here. There's over 400,000 there.
Wow, how are you going to re-raise me as 10 queen if I make it really big?
465.
How are you going to re-raise me as 10 queen if I make it really big?
465.
465, and he tells Kanesh you've got queen 10. How's that for a read by Henny? He's so good. He's read him perfectly. He says if I bet 465, how do you re-raise me with queen 10? Perfect read. It's like you can see the cards face up. Henny, one of the best readers of the game.
Pocket sevens on ace 9, eh?
1.
Doc throws in a time bank. He's queen high here, but all the chatter by Henny has got him thinking
before you bend the board.
And Stephen Hoffman says, is JP still in? No, JP was eliminated some
my
time
mind,
ago. He was
that's a
the
true
bubble
story.
person. So we'll move on to the
Sorry,
next
Doc.
hand, and Henny will rake in that nice pot.
I'll raise for you.
125, 125.
So unreal there, and he says to him, your queen 10 won't be any good. Read him perfectly.
75. More blind.
So the next pay jump is to 220,000. Gary out there, busy giving guests a tour. They were in the back here.
75.
Nicole Middleton,
125.
husband Didrik, having a good look through the studio at the back here, and they're now out there by the feature table. Clayton folds the button, 10-3 off. Henny with pocket 8s. So Henny picking up some hands here.
Raise. Up to 325.
Whole tournament I had to bluff. So I didn't get hands. Now I'm getting the hands. All the hands are coming in a row now.
Henny with a table chatter.
Check. Joe bet. Check. Joe bet.
Another ace on the turn. Henny gonna bet now.
155. 155.
He'll know he's good because of the way the action has gone. And Marco, not a non-believer, floats one on the turn. Interesting. With his king high.
Joe bet.
And he trying to range him now. What did he check the flop with and then call the turn? Was it some sort of draw? He would have maybe bet a flush draw.
You got queen 9.
Oh, how's that?
Check.
And he checks.
Two pairs.
Choose an aces.
And his hand is good. And he rakes in another pot.
Ek bet jy snap.
Young Marco
I
asking
don't
him
know,
off
going
you
to the
can't if I
tank in the
bet you
side.
snap call. He says, I don't know.
You know, look for that read. I've got a read on you, but it doesn't always show. When you're bluffing, your ears do this, but it doesn't always do it.
And when I have it, I go, woo.
Ain't he giving him some stick? I've got a read on you.
74.
But it doesn't always show. And he using all his experience here. And Henny can get in a person's head. Because he will call your cards, he will tell you what you're holding often, and be right. Clayton with a 5-6 suited under the gun.
Raise up to 250. 250.
Makes it 250. Henny with ace 8. No, out of the way. And that's too easily dominated. Doc with absolute junk in the big blind has to give it up. And Clayton's raise will get through.
Wasn't feeling that one, any?
I think he had me dominated. I had a hand.
So there we are, out of view. That is the warm-up to the main event taking place out there, and it's filling up
Any chance
very
we can get a
nicely.
waiter?
8K buy-in. This is 1A. There will be 2 flights. There will be a 1B at 7 o'clock tonight. This is the flight 1A that started at 1 o'clock. So filling up quite nicely out there.
Nog één positie, dan tik ik af. Dan mag ik hem rook.
Any folds under the gun.
Raise up to 300,000.
So he's raised here with the ace-8 as young Marco. Clayton in the big blind with a 10-7 suited. Thinking to defend here. And makes the call. He's flopped a gut shot there. Ace-8 still ahead of Marco. And Gary has rejoined me.
With Mr. Devison.
Hello.
So I'll say hi, Max. I'll see out this hand, and then I'll leave you with Gary and Max.
Mark going to go on a deserved break. That's roughly translated as a trip to the loo.
Yeah, something like that.
I was hoping you were going to say a wine break or something.
But we do speak in code in the back.
So Marco puts in the continuation, 275K. It's 1.1 million in the pot now.
What's happened there? Marco's raised, Clayton's called the big blind.
He's checked, and now Marco's made the continuation of 275.
Okay.
Gut shot for Clayton was only 1 over.
Yeah. Backdoor clubs. I expect him to probably see one card here.
Either see one card, or it's a good spot to check raise as a bluff here, because it's hitting his range there quite nicely.
Yeah.
I think all options available.
Clayton's had quite a good week actually, isn't he? You get,
yeah, third in the Mega Million, and then the top 4 here now. And there we go. There's 25. The check raise. I like it.
Yeah, very nice play. And Marco's going to show some face, and I guess end up folding. He could potentially call if he thinks Clayton's bluffing, but
625 a bit.
yeah, it's pretty hard to continue.
Yeah, he's got no hearts there. He's got 1 overcard. It's very hard for him to continue. Yeah.
You can see though, he probably thinks Clayton's bluffing with some of these straight draw hands, but pretty hard to continue.
But I like the play by Clayton. I said it was available, and he's gone for it.
Yeah.
And one of those like semi-bluff ones, because you have got some equity. You've got a draw. You've got an overcard.
Yes, it's a really nice play. Marco just put this hoodie on. I swear he wasn't wearing this earlier.
He was.
He was?
He just he's pulled the top up over the top. He was
He's in stealth mode.
Marco going for the continue, just thinks Clayton's full of it.
Yeah, he's called.
It's going to be hard for Marco to win the hand unless Clayton just waves the white flag. But I would guess if Clayton's decide to play it like this, he's probably going to fire through. We'll see.
Well, he has to. If he checks now, then he gives all the initiative back to Marco.
Yeah.
2.1 million in the pot now.
I think he'll probably bet about 700, but we'll see.
One. $600.
600.
600,000.
Marco is really in the blender.
Yeah.
This is why it's just pretty hard to call on the flop, because I mean, Clayton's.
Yeah, there's an airplane somewhere.
The thing that Marco's probably thinking is Clayton really doesn't have like a 9 or a 6 anymore because of the king. He'd probably end up checking.
Salmon and cheese.
He might call again here, Marco, actually. He does. This is like very advanced. But he's got to fade a lot of cards here because, I mean, even if it comes like a 5 or an 8 or something, well, 8's obviously a straight, but if it comes a 5, Clayton's definitely going to bet again. Even a 4.
Well, there's a 10 for him.
Yeah, see, Clayton finds it now. Clayton's got a pretty easy check call, maybe bet small.
Wait, can I get anybody?
3.3 in the pot here, Max.
Yeah. And Marco's got what, 2.4? Clayton's going to be like really confused at what Marco can have, but yeah, Clayton's going to win that.
Sorry, I rivered you.
Yeah, there you go.
Go and check. Clayton says I rivered you.
Yeah, Marco's going to be very angry about losing that one.
Yeah, what a nice hand for me to leave you guys with.
Yeah.
There you go.
See you later, Gary.
Cheers, Marky. Thank you. So Mark's going off on a well-deserved break.
Enjoy your wine.
I gave up. man. Sorry, man.
Yeah, quite interesting hand there. Really nice play from Clayton, check raising. Trying to get Marco to kind of fold the hand Marco had, like ace and stuff like that, even king high.
How many relays you got there, Marco?
Marco then deciding that Clayton doesn't have enough value on that board, so calls correctly on the turn, and Clayton finds the play on the river, so takes the lead.
Silent assassin.
I spoke with Clayton during the break. He was pretty relaxed. In fact, I was speaking to Nicole and Dietrich on the rail, and Clayton just walks up. He said, "Last time I won, you were on the other rail. Would you just mind moving?" It's not that I'm superstitious. He's kind of chilled, you know, which was I thought was a good mark of the man.
Yeah.
I think these guys. In fact, let's watch this hand first, and I'll come back to what I was going to say.
Marco, a nice hand there, easy raise. It's got 2.4 million, so still like pretty decent stack, even after losing that one. Must be the short stack though, I would guess.
We'll have a chip count in the break.
Him and Kanesh, I think, will probably be close, but
So know that you're.
no, Kanesh has got more.
No, you're sitting there.
I showed you, Colin.
When this is the system, when you hold this up to that guy, he'll give you a V-pip. When you hold that up, he gives you a chip count.
Wow, it's so advanced in there.
So this is advanced poker at its best. You just have to get the attention of the camera guys there.
And Clayton with a call. Henny with 10-9. Pretty easy call. See if he can flop something. And off to the races we go again. All got each other's cards, so yeah.
So picks up a draw, Clayton, with the 2 hearts here, of course.
Pretty big action here, actually.
Yeah, 12% for Henny with his.
How much you got there now?
With his 10, and of course Marco with the big kicker with his 10. 54% equity.
Yeah, and this will probably just check through. Marco's never wanted to get raised here. And if he does bet, Clayton will just goal in. Or definitely raise. Yeah, check through. Oh no, still on Marco. I think Marco just wants to try and get this one to showdown, maybe get some value bets later. Doesn't really benefit from betting too much. Easy for Henny to have a queen.
450.
Marco does decide to bet.
I think he said 450, I'm not entirely sure.
Something like that, yeah. 450, so about third pot. Not nearly half pot.
Yeah, it was nearly half.
And Clayton definitely wants to raise here.
so he can put all his money in against Marco. Marco is basically trying to say that he's got a hand that he's happy to go with here.
Raise?
Yeah,
Up to
Clayton,
1.1.
big draw, goes for the raise.
1.1.
1.1 million, and Marco's going to end up folding the winner here. Unless he thinks Clayton's got a draw, but I mean, yeah. This is kind of the problem with Marco betting his hand, is now he's kind of in no man's land, and Clayton's probably going to end up just winning his hand, because Clayton is raising into 3 people after a bet, so he's kind of representing a pretty strong hand there. The only hands that Marco can beat is like King Jack, Jack 9. Don't even know if Clayton has 8-9, so yeah, Marco's going to probably let this go, but it depends if he thinks that Clayton's getting one over on him because he bluffed the last hand. This is why it's really good to bluff this 10-7, because now, yeah, he's got ace-6 and he's technically losing, but loads of cards that can come that Clayton can win on. Marco doesn't really like this at all. What do you think he's going to do?
I think he's going to fold.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's so much of his chips as well, it's like half his stack, right?
But also, he's just took a couple of punches as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be sinking deeper into the hole and gambling here.
Yeah. The thing is, he is the shortest stack, so he doesn't really have much to lose. If he decides that he's winning, I guess he just goes all in. Like, calling is pretty dicey, it's pretty bad turn cards. I think he's most likely going to fold, but who knows what's going through Marco's head. Alvin called. Marco is Joe Stegger's son. Do you think it looks the same?
Alvin Marco's Joe Stegger's son. Now, there's a twist there.
Yeah, Joe was watching actually. I asked him to watch for me, send me some of the hands and whatnot, but I don't know. I don't know if he's still watching. Probably not.
Well, I see
lost his interest when I got eliminated.
I see the Le Grande series has been resurrected.
Yeah, it should be cool. I'm gonna try and go to that if I can.
Me also. I haven't got the dates yet. I just was chatting to the guys outside.
Someone did send it to me actually. I'll see.
I know Gosta is hosting it at the Le Grande again.
Yeah, which if you don't know, it's like a little poker series in Tanzania.
In Dar es Salaam.
Yeah. See if I can find it somewhere. Don't know who sent it to me.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll catch it up later when you can switch your phone back on.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't go on my phone, so I can't find out who it was.
So deep in the tank here for Marco. I think he's used quite a lot of his time chips. I mean, you make a good point that he is the short stack and it's not going to make a lot of difference.
Burning through the time banks.
I will say that they had a long chat before they started here and there was some stuff written down. So I don't know.
He goes for it. Yeah, this is like interesting play. The thing is, like Marco's going to be like pretty annoyed to see Clayton's hand. Marco's got to hold up here, and Clayton with 33% of the equity here. Queen on the turn, really good card for Marco. Goes to 80% favourite. And does hold up. This is quite a big pot.
5.1 million. Pivotal.
Yeah, goes in front of Clayton and in front of Ganesh. I think Kenny's chip leader.
Fuck, so sick. You're a sick man. Let's flop last
We're going
hand.
to check the counts now. That's a massive pot for Marco. Massive hold up there.
Last hand.
Oh, so 1,750.
I think, to be honest, Marco probably took a stand there because of this last hand against Clayton.
24 big 3.
Yeah.
It's more than
in front.
Yeah. That's
89 red. Which dollars?
152. Yeah.
Yeah.
$2,050,000.
Got eliminated. How did he go out?
$2,050,000.
Just want to take a break?
Take a break. Pulled a move.
Okay.
And, I think it was against
Let's go.
Clayton.
2 million?
And
that
it's
like
he had 9-7 off. And it was just the hand before the break.
Oh, he tried to take a rejam.
I love watching you play. Honestly, I was watching the whole
Tyson
stream
had
when you
already
went
put
final
some chips
table,
in.
Okay.
That last
And
hand
he
I
had
had
ace
ace
10
8.
and he had ace 10.
I was just pulling down.
Okay.
You're pulling ace high.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if these guys did any deals or whatever. They were intently chatting to one side and ensuring microphones are switched off, etc. So maybe they've done some sort of...
I do know they did a little something, but I don't want to talk exactly what it is.
No, we never do that.
Yeah, I do know exactly what.
So they've locked up a piece, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ace 8 are hard. And river,
but yeah, they're still
river
playing
pairs,
for big money. Yeah, obviously won't release what they did. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of action here. Marco by far the most aggressive. It's 4, followed by Clayton, and then between Kanesh and Henny, I guess similar aggression. Maybe Kanesh can be a little bit more aggressive.
7-5, 7-8, 7-10.
So you think Henny's going to big stack? He's going to sit back and pick his spots now. He's not going to get.
I just want a big pot. Flush draw.
Probably not. When you make good hands, you don't really need to do that. Henny seems pretty patient.
He's definitely patient, that's for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything too crazy, really. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is when really the action starts, and generally the most aggressive person will win. But they are still quite deep stacked now. I mean, losing 3 players pretty quickly makes a difference, because now, I mean, the shortest stack is Kanesh on 25 blinds or something, which is still a very big stack. So this is going to go on for quite a while. Henny with a call, Marco checking back 6-2. Both got pretty much. Henny's obviously flopped trips and tried to trap Marco. I'd like to see Henny check again, because Marco basically has nothing always. But Henny decides to try and get some value. Thinks that Marco's maybe got a straight draw or a flush draw or something like that.
And that'll be the end of that.
And Marco with absolutely nothing.
Absolutely monster.
And Henny continues his chip up, hitting some flops.
So what is the rest of the series hold for Max Devison? What are you up to now?
Well, although I was disappointed with coming 6th,
it's the same thing. You might call easier.
No.
Reading for a
was
bluff
better than
already as it
bubbling,
is.
because
If
I
you jam,
bubbled every
easier to read
event
for
so
a
far.
bluff.
That's
The great
3 in a row that I bubbled, and then
Give him
this
a
one
hand,
obviously
say,
just
we're gonna
stuck
play
in
the
with a min cash.
hand.
But going forward, I'm going to play this 8,000 thing that's on today. 500k guarantee, that's quite nice. Mini main event, so same structure as the main event, just a little bit quicker blind levels. So that should be decent. I expect that to get over 100 players quite easily.
I
was trying to work it out actually when I was like, oh, the guarantee's 500, and then I was working out it's they probably could have put a 1 million guarantee on that. But I guess they were being a little bit reserved because of the main event coming up. They want to, they want people to play the main event.
I have the 7.
But yeah, that should get 100 players, I would imagine, for 8,000 buy. Really good value.
I had 7
First, let's say if we get to a million in the prize pool, first is going to be like 200 and something, which is for 8,000 is obviously very, very good. And yeah, you can play that before you play the main event. Main event starts tomorrow. Only 1 flight before the main event. So.
And what did you think of the 1 flight for the main?
I think it's good for this particular stop because
long way out, too far to travel.
It's far to go, and it means that people can literally just come for the weekend. They can come Friday and fire into it and get through. You can, as far as I know, register into day 2. I'll just double check. I think you can. But yeah, even still, I think it's quite a nice change because they've always done a lot of flights for the main event, and this way, actually, you generate a lot of interest because you're gonna come into the room and there's gonna be way over 100 players playing at once. I imagine they're gonna try and get to like over 200 players in total.
All in.
Got an all in here.
Yeah, got an all in.
I trap him.
Knock her out the way. Yeah, so carry on.
Oh, that looks good if you want to show us.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice for here because then people can just come for the weekend. Like I've seen a lot of people that didn't come for the
isn't a
week because
bluff,
they're
it was
working or whatever they're doing. And then, yeah, just being able to come for this one here, which is nice. So a lot of people there. You can see there Rudolph out there playing, Anand, Eben, all out there playing.
Okay, the squad score, you just making the youngsters run
This
around.
is in the 8,000. Mr. Sun in the background there. Look.
Yeah, I agreed to it when he walked in earlier. He said he's just busy at work. He couldn't make any of the other events.
Yeah, he's normally one of the guys that plays everything. So, yeah, it must have been busy this week.
Okay.
125.
Best case scenario.
So just looking at the structure here, yeah, you can actually register into day 2 for 3 levels.
So like 10 king or something like that.
So if you can't quite get here on a Friday, you can still enter on Saturday for 3 levels, and that gets you, on the first level, you'd have 50,000 chips at 500 and 1,000. So still loads of play. And to be honest, if I get eliminated here, I'll just enter at the end. So
Your mummy.
can register all the way up until 1,600 big blinds. So it should be a good tournament actually. And the guarantee is 2 million. So a decent guarantee on that. First is going to be over 500,000 for sure. Yeah, what do you think about one flight?
Well, I think it suits the venue. It's exactly the same full process as you.
You got your
it
guys
is
feeding back,
venue
feeding you back
specific
hand.
for sure.
Yeah.
Got your
When we're back in the
scouts
metropolis,
feeding you
in
back
Cape
ahead.
Town and Sabaya and Times Square and that, then the multiple flights works much better, and also it gives people an opportunity to kind of a last shot on the Saturday mornings, you know.
Yeah, the turbo one,
the turbo and stuff like that. But here, I think they're almost in a fait accompli. The hand is forced. They have to do a one flight because people can't just be piling in here, you know, yesterday to be playing 1A and then sticking around until such times. You know, people don't have the budget to do that stuff.
No, exactly. I think there's still satellites running as well for people that don't want to pay 15,000.
Yeah, there's a satellite every day apparently.
Yeah.
Just check your social media feeds for that.
Which they're quite good value, get a lot of players.
I think they gave away, didn't give away, the generated 2 seats last night.
Okay. As far as I know, they've given away over 30 seats so far.
Yeah, no, plenty.
So, yeah, interesting hand here. Doc with the raise with pocket 8's really good hand. Henny with ace queen. Henny goes for the more conservative of just calling.
You're sticky.
Can I say you're sticky? Queen 8-3. No.
Sticky.
That would be entertaining, wouldn't it?
So nothing flop. Kanesh is coming up good. The way Kanesh plays, you're probably going to check the flop back. Yep. And a 10. Henny picks up straight jaw. And this is going to check all the way to the river.
Makes a set on the river.
Yeah, nothing hand here. Henny does have the ace of clubs, but Henny probably not going to bother bluffing. Just wait for another good hand in a minute.
I think Kanesh's got to put a little value in here.
Yeah, nice bet from Kanesh.
just like that, you
not
found
too
it.
greedy here as well. That's quite nice to acknowledge that. Like a lot of people here
Thought
just,
you had ace
I've
nine.
got my set of
telling me
eights.
that.
Let's bet full pot.
Ace jack
Well,
not good.
Kanesh has been very observant and realises Henny doesn't really have a strong hand.
No.
Because he doesn't have a jack, because Henny would probably bet out on the turn if he had a jack,
You have
maybe
ace
even
jack,
if
I'll
a
pay you
10.
double.
So
They allow me.
he knows if he bets small, Henny might look him up here with ace high actually.
Cool.
And he does.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing. He wasn't greedy in the amount that he bet, so he got the call from
Find it, eh?
from an
You
ace
said
high,
you
you know.
found it.
And then he tried to make out as if he had something good. But yeah, nicely played there from Doc.
Rivers him and needles
not too
him.
greedy on the river, which is good.
2 for 1. 2 for 1. But he's been needling me though.
So there's the
That's Mark. I played with him.
He had 8 high.
Knocked him
Fuck,
out,
you lose.
Last
solid.
night.
Good call for me.
Got very unlucky against me actually.
Oh, you did.
King 8 into King Queen. I hit the 8, but yeah, he seems to be doing quite well. He's made quite a few deep runs in this. Has he had any cashes this week?
Jeez, you put me on the spot.
Not sure. I didn't
Don't-
see
I
him on
don't-
the final
I don't-
table.
I don't think so.
25.
Exactly.
But yeah, he seems
No, I
quite
said
solid.
he rivered me or...
Heavily involved in the Joburg poker scene.
Okay. What does he play there?
He's part of the House of Cards private club,
Okay.
which is quite extensive, and they run a lot of events. So
Okay. They're
even
tournaments? Or?
yeah,
Okay.
and cash. And his brother Franco is also here.
Yeah, Franco's a nice guy. I played a lot with him in, I think it was in the 25k.
Yeah, Franco was taking advantage of the liquor tasting competition.
That's right.
The other night. Shame.
There you go.
So
Henny
that
limps
doesn't mean
in.
all in if I throw one chip and it's not the right one.
Marco with king 10. Might opt to raise here. And
300
does.
more.
Bloody thief, eh?
Goes for 300,000 more. And he not picked up his cards, but he's looking like he's folding. Yep. Another pickup for Marco, up to about 4 million now. So he'll be in second place, I would guess, at this stage. But yeah, still lots of poker left in this.
So what's your line? What time is it now? Let's find out the local time now, which is, grab my watch, just 2:05 in the afternoon, so 14:02. So
to finish.
We draw the line at 7 p.m. maybe?
With these four guys, nah,
This is
a lot
definitely,
less, I think.
3 hours, so you're taking the under on 7. What's your line?
What's it now? 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
I think it's about
He's in the
5
booth
o'clock
right
for
now,
these
like,
four.
Okay.
So we're saying 3 hours from here or less.
Gary, great play.
Well, maybe it might be longer, I don't know.
You get a video of that, please?
Just
Okay.
because Marco's quite aggressive, Clayton can be quite aggressive as well. Like,
Well-
like Marco's it's gonna go one of two ways for Marco. Marco's either gonna get a big stack and then raise a lot, or he's gonna do all his chips off. It's gonna be one of the two. There's not, like, Marco's not really gonna be the sort that just sort of waits for good hands. He's gonna really put his foot on the gas. But I don't know. It depends what the pay jumps and stuff are, potentially. But I would say between these four, if Clayton or Marco get a lot of chips, it will go a lot quicker. Whereas if Henny and Kanesh have chips, I think it will go a bit slower.
Okay, that's a good assessment. I've got to say, I'm going to take the under on 5 p.m.
Yeah, I think it's probably close. Maybe it's probably in between our two times.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 7, but you don't know.
Jack non-suited was
This
weird.
dealer was doing some pretty sick cards last night, so maybe he does the same again today.
Maybe this will be over in the next 10 minutes.
That's the thing. In this game, it
And you
could
see the new
literally be as
prizes.
that. They could literally play 3 more hands, aces into kings, queens into ace king, jacks into another pair, and that's it.
Or you
Done.
could just sit down with 200,000 and spin it up to 2 billion plus.
They won.
Yeah, that's why I'm
18,
not
sorry.
so disappointed with the
They won
cash,
out of
because
it.
it was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever had that in my life, actually. Like,
You were certainly hit with the deck quite severely.
yeah, I've had it online, that sort of thing happen, because obviously you play a lot more tables and hands and stuff, it happens there. But yeah, in this sort of environment, yeah, I mean, this was probably, I joked about it with you on the break. I said, oh, I'm going to have 2 million by the end of this next level. And we laughed about it. I was only trying to be like optimistic, because I know that the majority of the time I'm just going to be out in like 3 hands. And yeah, I mean, it was just the most bizarre thing.
Please just explain what happened, because it's we're between hands now.
Yeah, so I started last night. There was 14 people left, I believe.
Yeah.
So the blind was 60,000. I had 270,000. So very, very short stack. The average was 1.5 million, I believe. So really, really short stack. Trying to look for obviously getting my chips in.
That's correct, right?
And the first hand after the break, I went all in. I had queen 7, and got called by a pair of 10s, and it came queen. So I won that one. So first hand, I'm up to 690. Second hand, Doc raises. I have ace king. I go all in again. He calls me as ace queen. So after the second hand, I'm up to 1.5 million. Then the third hand, I raise ace 10. Rudolph calls with 2 8s, and Doc, I think, had ace 9 or something. And it came 10 5 5, and I won quite a big pot against Rudolph there.
So within 3 hands, I went from 270 to
No, I might.
about
If I do very well in this
2.3
Yeah, it was just under
million,
2.3 million.
something like that, which is
I worked on
unheard
Monday,
of. This
Tuesday.
doesn't happen. Like, if I was to give myself odds on, not only within 3 hands, but okay, let's say by the end of the level, the chances of me having over 2 million chips, I would have said is about 25 to 1. But to do it within 3 hands, honestly, I would say it's about 1,000 to 1. Nah, probably even more, 100,000 to 1. Just because it, not only was I going to go all in, but you have to get called as well, right, to be able to double up. So, yeah, maybe even 1 million to 1 shot within 3 hands to do this. What do you think?
Well, the odds were long because I took you on. We won't discuss that on here.
Oh,
But yeah, he said, give me odds. Oh, my word, don't bet with Everton. So, yeah, the reason I wanted to discuss it, because it's so unusual.
Yeah.
You get slapped with a deck like that, you go on a real heater,
Yeah.
and, you know, just watching. So I want to get back to this hand very quickly, Max. Obviously, raised pre by Marco. Call 300,000 Ganesh.
Yep.
We see the flop come down. 9-9 king. Obviously, Ganesh is older than the king. Bet by Marco 420. Call by Ganesh. Turn comes queen.
Yeah, Marco's going to check fold here.
Top 2 and a pair on the board.
He does have a straight jaw, but he knows that Ganesh is all over this board. And he knows that Ganesh won't often be bluffing here nearly ever. It's very hard to find a bluff. So if he calls here, this will be, I don't know, Marco's playing a different game to me, I think, if he calls here. I'm pretty sure Marco's just going to fold. He does have the straight draw and 1 over card, which Marco does call. He just does everything different to what I think he's going to do. Marco does not believe him. And Marco needs to get lucky, which he doesn't. If Marco's called in the turn here, does that mean he's check calling the river? Because the board hasn't changed at all.
No, depends. I mean, I agree with you that Ganesh is all over this board.
Yeah.
This is in his wheelhouse. So
Yeah. What do you think?
he obviously doesn't believe it.
What do you think? So Marco presumably is going to check. But maybe he'll bet, I don't know.
What do you think Ganesh is going to bet?
I guess Ganesh, so Ganesh has got 3.4. Ganesh will be very worried about aces, but with King Queen, it's best 2 pair. Ganesh, I'm pretty sure, is going to bet like 1.2 million or something.
But it's 2.9 in the pot.
Yeah.
So I think if he small balls it.
What, 1 million? Yeah. I've seen Ganesh check here, but if Ganesh thinks about the hands, right, he only loses to aces because he knows that Marco would continue betting a 9.
Yep.
He knows Marco would probably continue betting ace-king. So he beats ace-queen, he beats king-jack, he beats king-10. Literally only loses to aces. So I'd like to see Ganesh think about this and then definitely bet, but I have seen Ganesh check in this scenario sometimes. Looks like he's pulling some betting chips. Goes for a tiny bet of 900.
900?
Yeah.
So there or thereabouts.
And Marco just found himself in the blender again. And Marco really just doesn't believe anyone, does he?
Nope.
To be honest, Marco, the only way he could win this hand, right, is if Ganesh has ace-10. Other than that, he can't possibly beat anything. I mean, let's say Ganesh is betting with a pair of 5s as a bluff. He can't even beat that. Yeah, it does lay it down. Big pot there for Ganesh, up to 6 million, so he's going to be up into second in chips. Marco down to 3 million. But you see what I'm saying about Marco. Obviously, he's a friend. I played with him quite a bit. He's very aggressive, so it's like
The other players
he's either
will
going to
play
have all
to
the
that.
chips or he's not. He's not really the sort of person to sort of hold on, you know. From what I've seen, he sort of goes for it and try and has all the chips.
Goes ahead.
Or you know, when it goes well, he has all the chips. Or if it doesn't go well, he finds himself out.
Big man.
Well, that would be my experience as well.
Yeah.
It's the first time. So I played with Marco a lot, but in this, like, he never really played the high rollers before. I think he's just started playing them now. And he is very good for his age. He's only 23.
125.
I think he is learning a lot by playing this, but I've not really watched him play other than these last like couple of days. So like obviously watching him play on stream, you get to see the cards.
There's not a lot of stream footage of him, to be honest.
No, exactly, because the majority of the events he plays are not streamed, because obviously they try and stream these high rollers and the main events and stuff like that. So learning quite a lot about the way he plays actually. Of this like brief footage of him.
Don't forget, guys, this, if you're listening, it's free. You can log on, you can download it, you can also watch it.
Yeah.
This is not special for Max.
No. Another hand here. Henny's cards just seem to never get red on this box. I don't know if we can do something about that. There's like maybe 5 hands in a row. Unless he slides his cards up and down, you can never see his cards. Which I also had a problem with this box as well. I think it's to do with the dealer sliding the cards over the other boxes.
Well, we have tested it this morning.
Yeah.
It's working perfect.
I think if you go like up and down with your cards a few times, it definitely works. But Henny's either hiding his cards on purpose or they're just not reading. But yeah, if we can get him to slide his cards again, so we can
there's
see
only
them.
one person who's going to get him to do it. So you're on your own.
Obviously, we want to be able to see his cards, so it's fair for everyone. Yeah, the action's gone. Henny called. Marco with the raise with the queen 10. Flop is 3-5-5. Check, check. Turn comes a king. Henny has bet out. Small bet here of 175. See if Marco believes Henny this time. Henny hasn't got anything, so we shall see.
Sorry? No, take it.
Oh, we're getting a warning or what?
No, Clayton, you're not getting a warning, don't worry. Just trying to get Henny to slide his cards over the box so we can see his cards every hand. Does seem to be missing them a little bit, but I think it's just Henny being sneaky with his cards, to be honest. Because they have informed me that the box is working perfectly, so that would mean that Henny is being unfair. Which I can't really talk about because I have done it in the past until they change the rules. Yeah, my subconscious, I used to not put the cards in the box, but I was the terrible person for that, and I will admit that. But now the rules are very clear. You must slide your cards in so everyone can see the cards, and Gary just showing him there how to do it. And I didn't actually see what happened there, but I believe Marco raised because he did win the hand, so I presume he must have raised. I did miss that, sorry guys.
Oh, that must be nice.
So give my chips back, I didn't see my cards.
Henny knows, I'm pretty sure exactly what he's doing there. I'm pretty sure he's probably doing it on
My
purpose.
hands on valid, I didn't see my cards. Nobody saw my cards, I want my chips back.
Henny making a joke. There you go, and Henny doing it properly for us now, so we're going to see his cards every hand.
125.
And Clayton with a nice hand here, easy raise.
They saw it now. I'm serious, ask them if they saw it.
That if is Henny's cards good.
Did I perform a miracle? Is it working?
It's not his go yet, so we can't see.
Yes, we have got his cards, I can tell you already.
Okay. Clayton with the raise, easy one to raise with there, really pretty hand. Clubs is actually my favourite suit. What about you?
Diamonds.
Diamonds, yeah.
But my favourite hand is Jack 10 of spades. So.
Oh no! So the hand that I lost loads of chips with.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. My fault. I'm the spook, by the way.
And Marco going to his rail, tagging someone there. So on to the next hand. Clayton with a pick up there. We're going to get the chip counts up in a sec for you guys and have a look at the V-pips as well.
Did you do the thing?
See who's playing the most hands. There's a chip count. He still leads, just in front of Ganesh, but to be honest, the short stack at Marco is 28 lines. Loads to play in this one.
And
there's your VPIP.
There's the VPIP. Marco, like
Well,
I said,
we're
being
always
most
gonna be on the
aggressive, has the highest VPIP. Kanesh on 23. To be honest, the normal default standard is somewhere between 20 and like 25.
Okay, well, we normally say 23 to 25,
Yeah.
And anything over 30 is Maniac standards.
Yeah, but these will go massively up because they're only playing 400 now.
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
people are going to be playing a lot more pots. So if Marco kicks on and gets some chips here, or Clayton gets, you know, up there as well, I expect their VPIPs to be around 50%. And then if one of them gets a big chip lead, maybe even higher.
Oh, we've seen it higher, trust me. I mean, I don't know if you remember Brad Keeble was playing in the...
The Brad Keeble Invitational.
Oh, of course you were here, weren't you? Of course you were sat here.
The Brad Keeble Invitational.
So, yeah. Played every single hand for like the first hour or something mad. And won most of them.
Yeah, it was very crazy to watch. So yeah, Marco King 8, raising the button. Clayton with the King 2, flops a straight draw, still has King High. Let's see what Marco does. Based on the way Marco plays.
Well, he was the initial aggressor, so
yeah, Marco bet around 300. The way he plays, he's often going to bet. And he goes for a smaller bet, 275.
Something like that.
175.
175, tiny bet. I was thinking he'd go about 300, but okay.
What do you think he's trying to achieve by betting 175?
He's just trying to get Clayton to fold like Jack 10.
Yeah.
That's all he's really trying to do. Would be my guess. Clayton actually has quite a nice hand to do some things with here.
You're talking about the wheel draw, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to fold. Calling makes the most sense because often Marco's going to actually have worse than Clayton here. Like Marco's going to bet like Jack 10, Queen Jack, stuff like this. So calling kind of makes sense. 7, pretty good card for Clayton, even though he doesn't have the lead. Pretty good card for him. Marco will probably be aware of this and probably try and get this one showdown now. Probably just check it back, but every time I predicted Marco's action, it's been wrong.
So he'll come out firing.
Yeah, probably. I'd like to see him check, but I don't know with Marco anymore. And this is the thing, like I played with Marco a bunch, but never really seen his cards, so now I'm learning so much about him by the way he plays because I'm seeing his cards.
Well, happy to help, Max, as always, you know.
Exactly.
Check.
What do you think he's going to do? Oh, he's gone for the check.
Well,
Did you think that was going to happen?
I've got to be honest, based on the fact he does the opposite of what you say,
Yeah.
I was probably going to go with you.
And Clayton probably weighing up whether he wants to bluff or not. Has decent enough showdown, maybe. Can beat, you know, if Marco has Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Yeah, but the story, I mean, he checked the flop and he checked the turn. He's going to check this.
King high. What king?
Marco's going to get the good news here. Check, check.
She had queen eye, I bet.
I don't know who he's talking to, but they're clearly more interesting than the game. Every hand he plays, he walks away and talks to someone.
I was just trying to see on the other cameras there.
I have jack
That's
high.
a good call.
I have jack high.
I said that's the worst turn.
Obviously got a friend there, he's chatting to
4, 5, 3, 5.
after each hand.
Stupid shit like that.
So go on to the next one, Henny in the big blind here. At the money end here, so fourth guaranteed 220 versus 850.
Check.
So decent money to be played for.
Blinds are up.
And blinds have just gone up, so coming through to the second half of this session now. Blinds up to 150, and Marco's going to be the shortest stack on 4.2 million, so still lots of chips to play with.
Price of poker's going up, so he's woken up with pocket 10s here.
Yeah.
So obviously he's going to lead out.
Yeah, massive hand here for 4 people.
Raise up to 400.
Goes to 400.
400.
Ganesh, Queen 10 suited. Probably want to see a flop here with this hand.
In position, I presume.
Yeah. Ganesh is not scared to tangle with Marco. And I expect Ganesh to call here.
Call.
Yep. Clyton 7-2
Yeah.
for the fans.
Yeah.
Raises to 1.5 million. And Henny with the ace jack.
Okay.
What do you think he's going to do?
I think he 3-bets.
I do not think so.
Okay, let's see.
I'm sure he's just going to call.
Do you think his softly approach is going to stay in?
He's going for it, you're right. And what's going to happen here is Henny's going to raise and Marco's going to go all in, and Henny's going to fold.
Okay, so I was right on the first bit. Let's
You
see
were
if you're
correct.
right with the
I was
second
wrong.
part of the story.
1,150,000. 1,150,000.
Just because of how much it is, there's no way Marco doesn't go all in.
650.
He can't really call with his hand, putting in 1 million when he's only got 4. Because, yeah, there we go.
All in.
You'd done the same?
I actually don't know.
What would you have done, you think, with 10s?
What was the initial raise? I'm just
So 400, blind is 150. 400, Kanesh calls. Henny, 1 million.
I know you're a favourite of the min click or the just above the min click, and I know why. I would have probably come out in my style. I'd have raised a bit more with the 10s.
So you just make it like 2 million.
Yeah,
commit half your stack.
and you know, asking the question straight off the bat. That's
Yeah.
probably what I would have done.
Yeah.
I understand the theory of the min click or just over.
Yeah, I don't want to explain why I do
No.
it.
I'm absolutely that's
Yeah.
that's not on the table for discussion. I understand that, but what I am saying is, in that particular position against those particular opponents, I would have probably raised bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no right or wrong answer, really. Well, maybe in your mind.
Do you think if Marco had showed his hand, would Henny have called?
That's an interesting fact.
I mean, it was 50-50, but do you think he would have called? 4 million chips.
Ace queen off.
150.
Fold.
Ace queen off.
Interesting one. Only Henny will be able to tell us that.
You fold jacks, you're so fun.
Right to Clyton on the button, 9-7.
You fold, that's still safe.
See what Clyton does. Now Clyton the shortest stack, so can get in the mix a little bit.
Raise up to 310.
Kanesh, I tell you for a
10,
fact,
210.
if he had ace jack and saw 10s, he would call. Clyton, I don't know. Because I know Clyton, Henny, Marco as well. I don't know. It's quite a lot of chips. Marco with a defend, and both of them flop
Chill bet.
nothing.
Chill bet.
Imagine Clyton will just carry on with a bet here, somewhere around 300. Okay, and a bet from Clyton there. Oh, Mariette's here.
Yeah, she's been here a couple of days.
Yeah, I know, I saw her the other day.
I saw her and her partner earlier this morning, and they were chirpy and smiling and blah blah
Oh, she's
blah.
here.
Yeah.
Never actually met a partner.
Have you not?
No.
Okay, she's lovely.
Oh, maybe I have actually, maybe in the past, long time ago. Yeah, I play with Mariette quite a lot actually.
It's really fucking think it through.
It's nice to see her play in some of the tournaments. I actually pushed her to come and play.
Good.
She was going to play the high roller, but I don't think she managed to sort stuff with work and stuff. So, yeah, obviously in there for the 8,000. She'll be playing the main event as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She always asks me, Max, could I win the tournament? And I said, yeah, of course. I said,
Just
yeah.
don't give your chips away too lightly.
Yeah, she knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Actually, very good tournament player. Actually.
I played a lot with Marriott.
Yeah.
You know, she's what I call the one mistaker. She's plays so solid, and once in a while she just and she knows, you know,
Odd
she
mistake.
beats herself
yeah,
up.
Yeah, no, she does. Yeah.
You know, she's very passionate about the game, and she beats herself up terribly.
Okay, Clyton with the raise with the ace. Ganesh Queen 8. Gonna look like he's gonna see a flop. See if he can flop something. How about Ace Queen 8?
That'll be a juicy one. Or 3-3 Queen.
3-3 queen.
So I like sick ones.
3-3 queen's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
And Clayton retains the lead. And it's going to go check, bet, fold. On to the next one, I would guess. Don't really see Kanesh getting too creative on this board. Clayton doesn't choose to bet his hand. Just looking to try and get the showdown. Now turns two pairs. And Kanesh is going to be like a little bit like worried of this card, so.
You can't put it here. Give me a second.
Yeah, Kanesh checks. Clayton's now going to bet. Probably small.
And Kanesh will fold.
Yeah. No,
You need to,
nothing going on for Kanesh.
Please
on
put
this
it on
board.
that table first and give me 5 wet wipes and 5 and 10
Yes, that's
serviettes.
Yeah.
Must be lots of wet wipes, lots of serviettes. Put it on that table.
Clayton shows a 3.
This is true.
And I'm going to pay you cash, eh?
Are you saying as it wasn't true, but it was?
I'm a 2-pair.
You're a very lucky man.
So Tremaine Tallywanth, got to be a
You can't say
relation.
no. Yesterday
That's an
was
unusual
unusual.
name. We'll play Clyde.
It's true.
Yeah. Must be
I don't know if that's
some family of some sort, same
yeah.
surname.
Yeah, I mean, it is a rather unusual surname.
Yeah. Is it an unusual surname? Is it?
Well, first Tallywanth I've ever met.
Is it?
Oh, don't tell me you've got like 5 friends.
Yeah,
All
I've got
Tallywanths.
six friends.
Yeah, I thought you might. The surprising piece is you have 6 friends.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
that
I
they're
don't know
all
if they're
called
really my
Tallywanth.
friends, that's the thing. All right, well, you say it's not a very common name.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, other than Smith, what is a common surname?
Well, it depends where you are. If you're in China, Li and Lu and Wing and Wang and
Yeah, but that's
etc.
because they all came out of the factory, all of them.
Well, then if you go to Wales, it's
Race,
Jones and
up to
Thomas and
4.
Davis.
400,000.
Depends where you are.
Okay, so what's
See-
the common surname for South Africa?
Duplessis.
Duplessis.
Yeah, 2 plus 3, Duplessis.
Duplessis.
That's a very common surname.
Serious? I've never met
There's
anyone.
a Dutchman on your right.
Duplessis.
There you
Getting
go.
the nod that that's a normal surname. Okay.
That's quite normal.
What about Van der Spey? Is that
Van der Spey is the Van der is common, but Spey is not as common as you might think.
okay? And this one here? Well, how do you even pronounce Marco's name?
Nokia.
Nokia.
Yeah.
Okay. My girlfriend will be like, "Oh, of course you pronounce it like that, Max. Why don't you know this by now?" Yeah, I'm trying. Do you speak Afrikaans?
Bicky.
You speak it like you speak Swahili.
No, my Swahili's better than my Afrikaans.
Okay. And you been there how long?
What, in South Africa?
Check.
1983. First,
And you can't
was
speak
it-
fluent Afrikaans.
you
Your
can't.
missus is Afrikaans, no?
No, she's British, but
Ah.
she's English speaking, but Afrikaans second language. You're
So
either
she's
Afrikaans
British,
first
she's-
language,
yeah,
English.
yeah, yeah.
So she's an English speaker from Toti in KZN.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Joe bet.
What we've got here then? Marco's raised. Button again. He likes raising, huh?
He loves it.
Jack 8, Clayton with defense 5-2. Flop. Marco checks back his top pair. And turn comes.
450.
Interesting card for Clayton. Has bottom pair, straight draw. There's 2 flush draws on there. Marco goes for a delayed bet on the turn. Of half pot basically. Let's see what Clayton does here. Does have the straight draw. Also does have 1 pair, so might decide to do something here. Yeah, does call. Keeps Marco honest, even though he's behind.
Sorry, Max. I'll just step away there for a second. Excuse me.
Okay. And river comes 10. Clayton's gonna check, I presume. And Marco's gonna bet around 1 million.
What's in the pot? 1 bunch, so it's 50%.
Yeah.
Check. Joe bet.
Marco, interesting, check back the flop and then bet the turn. I guess he's going to bet around 1 million.
He's got a spade in his hand. Yeah, I think half pot's probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah, come just now. Money. Did you put service in there?
1 million.
1 million's a bet.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Bang on, Max. Well done.
I got one. I nailed it.
I don't wanna
Now
touch
I've
the
seen
money
how
now.
Marco plays.
You've soul read him,
I'm gonna tell you every time and not be wrong now. I'm telling you.
Okay, let's see if you can't pick Clayton. No, it's Clayton going to go with his 2. Unlikely.
Clayton is not going to call.
No, of course not.
Would you call?
No.
No. Would you even call the turn? Got a straight draw and bottom pair.
I'd have to be feeling the table. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, but if you couldn't see Marco's hand, would you call? Or
Yeah, probably.
okay.
Float one there, maybe. The other, you said is Van der Spey a common name?
Yeah.
No, but Van der Merwe is.
Van der Merwe.
VDM is actually an abbreviation of Van der Merwe.
Ah,
It's that
okay.
common.
What about Oaks? Oaks. Is that a common name?
No.
Not
really.
okay. I only know one Oaks.
I'll check with my Afrikaans guy, but Van der Merwe, VDM, is actually a common name as well.
There you go. I'm learning a lot today about surnames.
A POM teaching a POM about Afrikaans.
Yeah,
I mean, this is
a silly world we live in.
This is a bit peculiar, no?
Clayton going through the time banks, weighing up the options. Presumes Marco's bluffing with like clubs, I guess. Wow. Wow, this
You got a
sounds...
jack? You win.
Let's go.
Marco celebrating again. Off to his rail. That was kind of a funky hand.
Nice hand.
Yeah, well played for Marco. Wins a big pot.
And maybe that check back on the check on the flop.
Yeah, disguised
was
it.
Disguised that jack.
Yeah. Clayton didn't believe him. Tell you what would have been real sick if Clayton had bluffed and gone all in.
Mm.
That would have been sick. But that's cool. And Marco, I think, up to chip lead. We'll just check in a sec.
Big swings with these hands now.
Yeah, big blinds now, 150. So you're paying 375k around. So yeah, big blind ante is 150 plus the ante 150. There you go. Marco into the chip lead now, and yeah.
Any trending in the wrong direction?
Yeah, everyone kind of playing how I presume they play, to be honest. This four-handed lineup. Marco massive hold with the ace-10 against ace-6 of hearts. Like, don't get me wrong, this was a massive pot for him.
Marco now with chips to spare.
Yeah, now we're going to see him open up here.
He opens under the gun.
Now with the chip leads.
Clayton will push back here.
Yeah, Clayton probably just going to go all in with this hand. It's quite short. Knows that Marco's going to just be opening a lot of hands now. Might opt to call, but
well, he's got Henry to play, of course. So.
Yeah, I think he goes all in, but calling is also okay. Marco needs to get lucky here. What flop do you fancy?
7-6 king.
7-6 king. Jeez. Wow, no, we've got the action flop.
Yeah, it was up, down, and obviously the king.
Yeah, here we go. Marco with open ender and backdoor spades. Clayton with a very strong top pair. This is going to go.
He checks the deception here, by the way. So
yeah, checking it over. Marco's going to bet this board. How much is he going to bet?
1.1 in the middle. I reckon he just bets pot here.
Nah, 400, 500.
500.
Okay, so you know what Marco's doing now.
Yeah, I'm in his head now. He's finished now in the next tournament. I
You
know
got
exactly how he plays now.
You got him. Okay, next customer. Someone give Max an invoice.
Clayton can do a bunch of things here. All in makes a lot of sense. Calling, he can never fold, obviously. He might just go all in.
Yeah, I think he
To
will.
1.2 million.
And the way Marco plays, he might just shove it, honestly. Because he's going to know... Okay, if you think about this, right? He knows for a fact Clayton doesn't have kings.
Yep.
He knows for a fact he doesn't have
1.2.
nines. He knows for a fact he doesn't have eights, because Clayton definitely goes all in with those hands pre-flop.
Right.
So now he's probably thinking, okay, does Clayton call king 8 suited in the small blind? King 9 suited in the small blind? Probably not.
No.
So he's giving him a king 10, queen, king, even king queen he probably doesn't have. So he probably has king 10 and king jack. And he might just apply max pressure goal in there.
Ripping what he has.
No,
but
he's
he's
just
can he?
repping like king queen.
Yeah.
Because also Clyton can easily have like queen 10 and jack 10 here, and if Marco goes all in and gets him to fold, think how much of a win that is. You know. Maybe Clyton has the same hand as Marco. It's possible. 6-7 suited, possible. Obviously, you can see that he's got top pair, but you know you have to think about what Clyton potentially has there. I don't think he ever has ace, nines, or kings. So, what value?
Well, we've already written those off because he would have gone all in pre-flop with the.
All in here? Yeah, you see, I'm inside Marco said now. I told you this would happen.
He calls, snap.
You're not going to like the first one I'm going to show you.
The second one?
King.
Okay.
Okay, Marco does go for the aggressive line. And who do you think is going to win? 30-70 favourite.
But he's got one of his outs, so the 10, so no good.
Okay.
Can he river it?
And Marco doesn't find it.
Yeah, so Clyton will hold up.
Clyton's going to be happy to hold up there.
And they'll swap places on the leaderboard.
And yeah, like I said, Marco, as predicted, did go for what I thought he would do. And yeah, Clyton up to 6 million. And that's going to knock down Marco down to about 4 million there. So
yeah, Clyton takes the lead.
I had about 3.1 there.
There's a chap, Max Everson, came 6 there for 86,000.
What a clown that
What a
guy is.
fish. The fish, Everson, came 6 for 86,000. Once you paid our invoice, you're going to be buggered. You're going to be in the red.
Oh, jeez. I tell you what, one thing to celebrate this week so far, I've only had single entry on I've only had single entry on the events.
I know. Sure. I'll stop to yeah, king queen.
Which is nice. Normally when I play these things you have like at least 2 entries in something. But yeah, 1 entry in the 25, 1 entry in the, well obviously the 100k you couldn't rebuy. 1 entry in the 30 and 1 entry in this, so showing
So what you're saying is that you've managed to stem the flow of money out of your pockets, but you're not getting any in. So
exactly. I mean, what's that in binds there? That's 25,
That's 125.
100, 30, 40. So I'm in for 195 and a cash for 86. So that's not great, is it? Down 109.
Well, listen, you know,
no turn spade.
I don't like this down. Max Deverson being down. I need the optimistic Deverson.
Oh, no. I promised people that I was going to win 2 events.
So you got to go and bink this 8k, and then you got to bink the main.
Exactly.
No pressure.
No pressure. You also got that 10k stack thing. So I got 3 chances, right?
The super stack. Is there not a turbo?
There's another one.
Is there not a degenerate turbo on Sunday or something?
Oh, probably. No, I won't play that one, unfortunately. I'll be playing the 8k, the main event, and I believe there's a 10k, but I have to look on the schedule. It might have been last weekend, I'm not sure. There was one that's 500k guaranteed a 10k, but I'm not sure if it was the first weekend. It might have been the second weekend.
150 to play.
Let's have a look, yeah.
I think I should just fold.
On to the next hand, Ganesh with Jack 6, be folding.
I mean, 6, 7,
Yeah, it was the first weekend, the 500k, but there is another 10k here on Saturday.
So 4 pairs left in. Average stack's 5 million now. 38 minutes to run on the.
Actually, there's 4 players left.
I'm a genius.
First big mistake.
Now what you got there, Marco?
There we go. Clyton on the button with an ace.
3 point.
Definitely going to go for a raise after his recent win in that last hand. Clyton with a full double up, had top pair against open ender against Marco. Henny folding in the small blinds.
350.
And Marco not defending his big blinds. So Marco back down to second shortest stack now. Henny just stepped away from the table. But yeah, Ganesh not short by any means, and Ganesh is not going to be afraid to put his chips in. Just hasn't really had any cards that he's been able to play with.
Well, I was just going to say he's been very inactive, to be honest, just paying his dues.
Yeah, he had Queen 10 suited, which he played a hand against Marco. He had King Queen. Other than that, he's not really played any hands. He hasn't really had anything to play with, which does happen. You can be the most aggressive player in the world or the non-most aggressive player. If you don't get any good playable hands, you can't play. It's unfortunately the way it is.
So Henny dashes back to his chair. And the local rule you'll know, and I'm just putting this out there for people who are just tuning in. First card off the deck, your cards are no longer in play.
Was Henny sat down there then? Or?
He was, I watched him.
Okay. So he's been allowed to play this hand.
Yeah.
And Clyton 7-6.
And we
Lets
picked up
that one
his
go.
cards.
I mean, wouldn't have mattered. Henny would have folded anyway.
75 more.
Marco.
Another 25.
Calling the small blind 9-7. And Kanesh with a 6.
And the big blind.
And decides to check.
Okay, gives a bit of blind on blind action, go to the flop.
Yeah, basically the same 2 stacks here.
10, 9, 6 all clubs. So Marco is 7 of clubs. Puts him in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, flops the world. Just going to check again through, I would guess.
170.
Marco decided to bet his 3rd pair with straight flush draw.
Ganesh with the 6 as
Very
well.
nice hand, very nice card.
And Marco's actually going to be a bit annoyed that he sees Kanesh shoulders 6 there.
I think you
folded.
Sorry? I had a pay with that, dude. Did I? Ooh.
So that's the 8K. You're going to play the afternoon version rather than the morning version, I assume.
I'm going to have a look at the structure, actually, is what I'm going to do, and decide from there.
I think I've already
I'm probably
got
going to play this one, but I'm not going to go in from the beginning
Yeah, so
because there's too many chips
there's a
in play.
1 p.m. and a 7 p.m. and then it continues.
Oh
at
yeah,
11.
there's one is the 40-minute blinds, the first one, and then the second one's 20-minute blinds. You get 25,000 chips.
150 to play.
I'm probably just going to max late reg, to be honest.
Was it? When what time's that?
That'll be level 8 levels, so 40 minutes, or terrible math. So 3, 6, just
What am I thinking
3 hours
about?
and
I'm
20
tight now.
minutes plus breaks, so it's going to be around 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe do that. Well, maybe
Raise
go in there
up
somewhere.
to 400.
We'll see.
Well, it's quarter to 3 here in the afternoon, so you've got a bit of time on your side.
Maybe we just gamble with 25 big blinds at the end. We'll see. Marco opening up, Queen Jack. I'd really like Kanesh to get a big stack, see what he does. Because Kanesh, he had a massive stack in day 2. At one point he had 3 million chips and the average was 1 million, but I wasn't on his table. So I don't know, does he start getting more aggressive? I don't know. So it'd be nice to see if he got a big stack to see how he'd play it.
Okay.
But I say big stack, I mean he's got a lot of chips still. But if he got, let's say he got to like 7 million, you know, and no one had more than 5 million.
1 million
And
250.
Clyton finds a premium.
And Marco raised it up here.
Yep. I think that'll be the end of this hand. I mean, I don't know. Marco can be ambitious. Maybe he goes all in.
850 more.
Well, so
Probably won't though. He is covered by Clyton. And
why would you do that?
why would you go all in?
Yeah.
It's a bluff.
Okay.
Maybe it gets Clyton to fold pocket tens.
All in?
There you go.
All in?
See,
You're in his head, eh?
I'm in his head.
No.
But it's a big flip. This is the thing. So it looks like a disaster here for Marco, but he's actually like, okay, so some of the cards have been removed, so it's less. But in this scenario, it's 65-35. So a third of the time, Marco is going to have 10 million chips, and if not, he's going to be out. And whoever wins this hand is going to have a massive chip lead. And does find a queen on the flop, so Marco does take the lead. And a king on the turn. Wow.
Sick game, eh?
Well done.
And that's it for Marco, I'm afraid.
And it's Tucker on his rail.
Took the ambitious bluff into Clyton. And yeah, that's it. Clyton with a massive chip lead now.
You play like a champ, eh?
Just shaking his hand, playing well done. Nice from the players there.
Fourth place money, 220.
I don't.
I wrote 2 paid.
Marco's like, oh, what a shame. He thought Clyton was trying to make a move there. And they're down to 3-handed, so there we go.
So you made Marco put his money in there. You know that, don't you?
Well, I've seen how he's playing. I wasn't surprised at all that he went for that. I told you he's the most aggressive player of these four. And I told you he'd have all the chips or he'd be out. I didn't tell you that.
I wasn't
I
expecting
didn't
to turn
spook
over
him
that.
like you spooked me.
When did I speak to you?
I thought I was doing
When I
it,
came
was
sixth,
like-
you spooked me. Kiss of death, like literally exact hand you said it.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable.
And how long for the forgiveness to kick in? A while?
Oh no, I forgive you. I just think it's fun. It's just unbelievable. Well, there you go. Clayton with half the chips in play, so he's going to have a lot of fun now. And Clayton the most aggressive of these three players, so to be honest, Clayton should win from here.
Now, let me ask you the question. Does Clayton spread his wings and start rolling people over now?
Yeah, now he's going to open up.
Okay.
He is already quite aggressive of these four, but just Marco's just on another level of aggression.
You would have actually had the perfect two cards for
These
my
two
escape,
players are going to be really... The weird thing is, like, so the pay jumps now, so they're guaranteed 320. Next one is 580, and obviously 850 is for first. Kanesh doesn't care about the money, right? But he still wants to win. So, like, if Henny goes shorter than him, he'll try and outlast Henny just for second position to get to heads up. No, he doesn't care about the money, but you know, he wants to win. You know, that's what he's come for. Henny, on the other hand, I think if you compared Henny to Kanesh, obviously Henny cares about the money a lot more. From the way that I speak to these guys. And I guess Henny would definitely wait out Kanesh. Whereas Kanesh, I don't know, he'll try and wait him out, but if Kanesh gets a situation, he'll go with it, you know. Whereas Henny might turn it down, would be my prediction. But going to see, Clayton's going to open a lot of hands now. You see, instantly open there, the King 7. And he's going to be chipping up, and trying to just basically bully both the other guys until they put their chips in.
That sounds very Devison-esque, by the way.
Yeah, let's see if he plays like me. It'll be interesting. He's got 2 times anyone else, which is massive, obviously. So he's got nearly 12 million, they've got 6 each, basically, give or take. So he can afford, in theory, to lose 6 million to go back to others, right? So he's got a lot of ammo to fire some rounds off here, you know? Obviously, if someone gets a good hand and he loses, he'll probably change his game plan. But at the moment, my prediction is he'll open 100% of the button. Is my prediction. We'll see now.
Well, listen, I'm in agreement with you, obviously.
This one, for sure, he's going to raise suited queen. Definitely raise this one. And he'll just try and keep all the pots quite small, I would guess. Clayton quite a theoretical thinking guy. And after that, he folds queen 3, which I'm very surprised. Henny, maybe Clayton's trying to let them tussle and, you know, trying to come get to heads up, maybe. Henny with queen 7, playable hand.
Is he raising or completing? I can't see what he's picking up.
Looks like he's got raising chips there.
Yeah.
He's dropped one of his chips by accident. Let me pick that up. And does go for a raise. See if Kanesh has got anything to fight with.
440. 440.
And Kanesh definitely going to want to see a flop with this type of hand.
You want pocket force to hold up.
There you go. See, he's already basically telling him his hand, which is surprising. Calls one off, trying to see some sort of flop with some playability on. How about a 6-5-4 flop? No. Pretty much nothing for both players. Henny just surrenders and gives it over to Doc. Doc says, I'll take a free card. And turns the best hand.
Yep.
Henny weighing his options, deciding whether to bluff or check it over. Does go for the check, and this is going to check again. Kanesh happy to get this one showdown, definitely.
400.
Okay, nice value bet here from Kanesh, working out that Henny definitely has like a high card type of hand and doesn't have a pair, so this is really nice bet from Kanesh. Just basically trying to protect his hand here, getting some value from some ace highs and maybe some straight draws and king jack and stuff like that. So yeah, nice play from Ganesh. Well done. Would you bet your 5 there?
I think so, given the opponent.
Yeah. Henny kind of turned his cards over really without,
Yep.
you know, a bit face up there.
Yeah.
Not that Henny played that badly. It was, you know, an easier situation to realise that Ganesh's 5's probably winning there. So yeah, nice bet from Ganesh, protecting himself from more overcards coming. And on to the next hand, Henny on the button here.
150 to play.
And Henny is going to let that one go.
150.
Nice playable hand for Ganesh, but he wants to be pretty wary of Clayton with the big stack. See, it's like kind of a waiting game between Ganesh and Henny now. Just trying to let the other one fall out, really. And Clayton checking back Queen 9. How about King, Queen 9 flop? And top pair for Ganesh. Maybe come out betting.
Well, it's 400 was the size last time.
Yeah. One thing's for sure, I'm never going to be able to guess how much Ganesh bets.
The sizing is irregular.
Yeah, I played with Ganesh quite a lot.
It's a bit ugly with the other
Still
ones.
really not really figured out
Serious?
what you know bet sizes he sort of uses often. I know he would bet there, but I wouldn't know how much. It would be a pure guess.
What is a shove? Calling it.
But yeah, it's very patient, Ganesh. How long we got of this level left? 25 minutes. Okay. There's Faye in the background. I'm sure he'll probably be playing the other events that are running now.
You didn't play golf today.
So Brad Griffiths online. Brad, one of our card stream team, not with the Sis Tour. And he says, let's go Mr. Tallywanth. Him and Clyde's good mates.
Yeah, and Clyde's going to be looking to redeem himself, to be honest, after the event the other day. I can't remember where he finished, but he'll be looking to get the trophy here. I think it came, Mark's just telling me it came 3rd, but he'll be really wanting the trophy here. And really good opportunity to double anyone else in chip stacks, so really good opportunity. Probably around half the time Clayton wins from here.
Are you basing that on chip stack, skill set?
Combination, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say for him to get to heads up is like an 85% favourite.
Yep.
But to win, you know, anything can happen heads up. So I would say he's about 50-50 right now to win outright.
Okay.
Would be my prediction. But yeah, I would say he's about 85% to get to heads up here. Unless we see some real carnage from the dealer.
That's it, blame the old dealers.
This dealer was crazy for us yesterday. When I went from 270, this was the same dealer. What's his name?
Philip.
Philip.
Actually a very good player.
Really?
Mm.
Okay. Where does he play?
Plays Johannesburg sort of private game circuit.
Okay.
He does deal as well.
Thank you.
But
thanks, Frank.
Guys, he can play, huh?
And see Greg and Marco walking away there. Oh, I think Marco's coming in the room here. Looks like it. We've got 25 minutes left on the level.
Who on that end? You.
150 to play.
And Clayton with 8-2. I said he'd raise every hand, but this one I'm sure he'll let go. Definitely after he folded the queen free, he'll let that one go. So back round to the blinds, see them battle again. Henny with 9-8. Definitely want to be seeing a flop if he can. Makes it cool. Let's see if Ganesh has got anything to raise with. Doesn't have much to raise with here, so they're going to go to the flop. How about a 9-7-4 flop?
I fancy the 8 here.
I'm calling all these like these flops that have like I'm not rooting for a particular player. I just want action. And when it just they keep flopping nothing, it's boring, isn't it?
I'll just do it to you.
Yeah. So 9-7-4 I want, but
Okay, I've got an 8-4 coming on the flop here, so...
what else can we have? We could have 7...
Seven's-
7-6-3.
7's always coming.
7-6-3. That could be good. See?
You're rubbish at this, aren't you?
Boring. So whoever's going to be the most aggressive is going to win this one. Let's see if Kanesh starts to bluff here. Nope. And Kanesh finds it on the river. Henny can't win the hand unless he bets. And Henny surrenders, and Kanesh does not bet the river. Kanesh is going to take that pot. So now Henny very short stack, down to 3-point-something million. Obviously, he's going to want to be getting his chips in, but they don't need to have any big rush. I mean, the blinds is 150, but
So we have a unique opportunity here, in so much as that...
I would like to do it on a full level. But
well,
yeah,
maybe
we
he'll
can.
come back, but the person who just got knocked out has volunteered to come and be thrashed by us. So Marco has joined us, and we're going to put your mic on live now, Marco.
Welcome.
So anything you say is going out to the world. That's good. And we thank you, number one, for coming in to see us, because it can't be easy having just bombed out of the tournament. But well played anyhow on your cash. And Max Devison's a fan, eh? He's a fan.
Just put it a bit closer, yeah.
He's a big fan. He's told me.
Yeah.
He asked me for autograph.
Well, apparently he was showing me selfies of you just now.
Yeah, and I told
They're
him,
not very becoming,
you know,
by the way.
I like the fans, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
He asked me for like tips and tricks playing poker, and I go, "Bud, I got you."
So talk us through your, if you want to,
Yes.
talk us through your Queen Jack.
First of all, what do you think about that?
I said you were going to do it.
We thought you thought he was pulling a move.
That's
and
what
didn't.
I think it's the best.
So I predicted nearly all of your moves wrong, and then suddenly I was like, oh no, I figured out how it plays now. And then after that, 4 in a row.
He got them all right.
Yeah, I play very.
But you
bad.
you figured
you like,
Clyde,
you like that Jack 8 check on the flop because it's a street. It's only a 2-street hand. You know?
Yeah, I mean you got called by he called you with a 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's it. There. It's actually showing on the stream right now, coincidentally.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. The Queen Jack off, I think, is an amazing spot. He's obviously 3-betting very light. Well, he should be, I think. He's a very good player.
Yeah.
Plays well.
Yeah, no,
he has a big stack now
you
as well, so I think he can be 3-betting a bunch of like suited connectors, bunch of ace-x suited, 10s, 9s, which I'm flipping.
Yep.
150 to play.
That's why I actually said to Gary, I said he could go all in here and Clayton's going to fold 10s.
Yeah, he would fold 10s. Especially with the dead money from the small blind just calling.
Yeah.
I think that helps a lot as well.
Yeah.
Is there better spots? Probably.
In hindsight.
I honestly, I didn't spook you, but I called what was going to happen. I said,
Queen flop
Marco.
turn.
I said Marco is going to get all the chips, or he's going to be out in 4th.
Okay, that's fair enough. No, that's a good game. You played that perfectly. Yeah, the only thing that really bothered me was
Why don't you wait for me to
the
rise
queen on
and
the
then
flop,
you do that?
and then the turn.
Yeah,
like either
teased
give
you.
it to him or don't give it to him.
Yeah,
Don't
teased
get my hopes up.
Yeah,
Not very
teased
nice
you.
of him.
Nice shove here from Clayton. Henny lets it go. Decided to wait for a better opportunity. Nice jam from Clayton there, 20 blinds.
So Clayton, 85% to make heads up. This is the odds we're giving.
Who's that there watching? Someone.
You'd probably give him greater odds than that, I'm sure, at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you say the likelihood of Clayton winning from here?
Winning?
Yeah.
Not 10.
65%.
Sure.
Yeah. I said 50.
Definitely not
What would
10.
you say the chance of him getting
Now,
to heads
after you just got that
No,
shoved in?
no, this was before that,
Okay.
obviously. What would you say the chance of him getting to heads up are?
Yeah, 85% probably.
Yeah, I said 85.
Unless he like, I think if he
He'll make more.
if he gets all in against one of them, how
Right,
much does
Henny's
Henny have?
captain, enough
Henny's now really short. Henny's got 3 million now. When I predicted, it was 6 million, 6 million, 12 million. Or 6 million, 6 million, 11 million, something like that.
There we go.
Yeah, so Henny's shortest stack.
Oh, but I mean, I'll take it down, but probably like 70% heads up.
Yeah,
If he gets one all in and he doubles either of them,
Yeah.
it's a game, especially if Henny doubles.
Yeah.
It's a
What
very
you got
good
now? About?
Because he's going to be playing like super aggressive, as he should.
Yeah.
5.5.
And once again, the queen jack off just goes on. I'm assuming you do the same.
I don't know. Maybe. I did like it as a play. It was nice. I did say pretty quickly he was going to do it. Then I
He gives nothing away, this guy, by the way. You have to pay him.
Yeah?
Oh,
You
yes,
guys paying
yes.
him for this?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he has to invoice.
I didn't get my...
No, you have to pay us.
Oh,
First visit's it's on you.
First visit's on me, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys have had Max here before?
Yeah. No, yeah, Max is a regular.
You raise, we got
I spooked him, so he's just coming to give me a hard time. I called his hand and got him knocked out, apparently.
What do you think of my hand? Pretty wild?
He's such a nerd. Did you see how I open aces and he just folds threes?
Yeah,
he must have like the sickest read on me.
He's very nitty.
I shoved on you one hand, actually. I shoved on you one hand pretty light.
The Jack 9 off?
Yeah.
Jack 9 suited.
No, 2 chances for the
Yeah, but I thought that's what you had. But I think I'm still racing against with ace 5.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just in really bad shape. You had ace 5, right?
Ace 5.
Yeah. Sometimes you're going to be in bad shape. When you said you have threes, I was like, never. Never have threes there.
I was surprised to see you didn't shove threes when I had aces. 12 bigs?
You had aces at hand. Okay. Yeah, I probably would have shoved if I was like in the blinds or something.
Yeah.
So Kanesh playable hand, but again, got to be careful with Clayton. Big stack.
Yeah, can't be raising into him, yeah. And, you know,
I imagine he'll just
he
wanna try
competes, he
and
gets run over every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I think he's going to complete, yeah.
Generally, Clayton's not really ramped up the aggression now. Like, if I'm Clayton, I'm raising a lot. Definitely gonna
Okay,
raise
I was
this
about to say
one.
the same thing. I mean, any 2 he can just pump up like 3 bigs, but especially ace 10. Especially ace 10. To be told I'm too loud.
Yeah. You can't give it all away, okay.
And yeah, I think ace 10 is a very good raising hand.
Crazy.
All in. Fold.
But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he shoved and then we got to fold.
Yeah.
We're just making a joke there.
Just got a coach walking through the door telling me.
5
Commentary tips.
Nah,
But like we saw a little bit, we saw a shove from ace 10.
Yeah.
Which I actually wouldn't mind. Just a raise. He's so far ahead. I think he needs to be shoving that wide. Well, not wide. But
Did he
I think
shove
that's
there?
right. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he can make it like just a raise.
Yeah.
5, 7, 4.
Yeah, I mean, Clayton's gonna know his dominating position now, so.
When I had 10s and Henny 3-bet me, what did he have?
What, now it's still in?
No. I opened Kanesh called and Henny 3-bet to like 1.1
Henny
mils.
had ace jack.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And Kanesh?
And I said you'd go all in there.
And
as well.
Kanesh?
Kanesh had queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah. Oh, he said he was calling if I folded.
Yeah, but he always says this.
Okay,
He's
good.
joking.
Doing something and saying something and doing something is different thing.
Clayton, another hand, goes for a raise and
Nice.
really putting Henny into the blender.
This is what I put him on when he 3-bet out of the big. Exactly.
He was on the button, right?
My queen jack was ace king. No, big blind. I was button. That's a bad face from Max.
I'm pretty sure you opened.
Yeah, I opened the button and,
And
he
then-
3-bet the big blind.
No, I'm pretty sure Clayton was the. Oh, was he small blind?
No, Kanesh called small blind and Clyde 3-bet big blind.
And he just flats this, by the way.
Maybe my mistake.
When I had the queen jack off.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it looked so much stronger.
Henny trying to see a flop, and
That's a very interesting flop.
all right, money's going in.
Yeah.
Oh no, Henny's got a 10. Sorry.
Yeah, he's got a 10. I mean,
Maybe
it's
not.
obviously the club draw here.
Clayton going to bet. 9 of clubs is a pretty cool card.
Yeah, very cool.
When Henny plays 9-10, he plays it very well. He got our boy Max here.
It's been the 9 of clubs have been folded, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's a
Yeah, you
shame.
see it's shaded out of the top,
180.
which is unfortunate.
Maybe another 10 of clubs for a misprint.
We'd have had an alarm on the system by now, so yeah, it's too clever.
Maybe like an 8 of diamonds.
Are you that gifted?
Let's see if Clayton goes for it here.
Is he
Wonder
raised?
where we're going
No,
all in
he's
on the
just gonna
turn or
call.
whatever.
No, Henny.
How do you think Henny plays? Like, you guess how he's going to play this hand after it.
I think Clayton's going to barrel the turn. I think Henny's going to fall. Never mind.
Yeah, rewind tape.
Do you think Clayton will carry on betting or not?
Yes. I think any turn brick. Actually, you should put Henny on exactly a turn here. Henny would have shoved an ace.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
I think he check calls. Yeah, check calls. Unless Henny goes way too big, which I don't think it will.
Henny's going to bet around. What do you think? How much?
How much did they
1-3.
No, very small. 500.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there. About 450 or something.
475.
475. Yeah, Clayton's not going to fold here, is he?
I think it'd be really sick if he shoves here. He'll obviously get snapped, but I think it's not a bad move. He's been showing weakness. He thinks he could have get a bunch like Queen Jack, King Queen to fold. Maybe worse, better flush draws. I doubt an ace though. He thinks he gets an ace to fold. Yep, there you go.
Just calls.
It's a string call, eh?
Alright, go to the river.
Interesting, he's leaving just half pot. What do you think he does on a 7 or 8? Oh, there
Bingo.
we go. Bingo, bango.
Does he lead or does he check? That's the thing.
Probably just shove. He does not look happy about that.
Yeah. Definitely
Maybe
betting out makes sense, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
for
because
sure.
if he checks, he's just checking back, I think.
If he's already put Henny on precisely what you said at 10, he's going to get paid.
And the problem is there's not much left. 1.7
No.
to 2.3.
Yeah.
We're probably seeing heads up before the break. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All in?
That's the question. Look at Henny's face. He's in the blender.
You think Henny gets away or not?
I do.
No, I don't think he does.
I do think so.
Well,
maybe not. Maybe it's just too. The odds are just too good.
What do you think, Gary?
I think he calls.
I think he folds. I think way too much gets there. And how does he know that Henny's not on a flush draw? In Henny's head is what Henny thinks.
I'm talking about the guy rather than the facts.
No, I'm saying how does Henny? That's what Henny's thinking.
Yeah.
It is Henny's favourite hand though, 10-9, so
This
we'll
was a
see.
sick hand as well.
Yeah.
That was terrible. I should check. I should bet fold that. The 6-7 suited on King 10.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you about that in a minute. We'll come
Very
back to
bad,
that.
very bad.
But
he's taking as long as good.
I have, but I can't call you.
There's 13 million in the pot here.
You just said I'm
what I
ahead,
have.
but I can't call you.
That's the issue. That's why I think I'm in trouble here.
I think how Henny plays
I
will
don't
fold.
think what you can think I can have that I can't call.
I think it's a very good fold, especially just a bit of IC.
Clayton really can't be bluffing it, that's the thing.
Yeah. Well.
Big left.
Clayton has to bluff with like a jack. I think. I mean, he's gone bet on the flop, check called.
I think you're going to be right, Marco. I think he's going to fold.
I think he's folding this.
What's he got behind? 1-7.
Obviously, it's easy because we can see the cards, but when you think back to what Clayton kind of is representing here.
Well, he's getting amazing odds 1.7
Yeah.
to 13.
Yeah, that's mad odds. That's absolutely mad.
He just gets Clayton's
Yeah,
odds.
totally, of course.
Okay, we're going to heads up.
Obviously, got to.
I really thought Henny would fold though.
So did I.
But I guess
But I
you
think
just got
it's
to pay
just-
jump.
That's why I sit in here and you play out there,
Yeah.
you see.
All right, and I believe we're going to take a short break for the heads up.
I think we're gonna play on the 8 minutes and finish it out, and then we'll set the table up later.
And good run there for Henny, collecting 320 for his troubles. Well done. So yeah, well played, Henny.
Yeah, give me
Another
the
good
trophy.
result for him.
Have the trophy.
And the rail is building. We're
I'll
going
take
to heads up
trophy
now, and this could be a quite interesting heads up because Clayton with a massive chip lead. But Kanesh is not going to be scared to put money in, you know.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a quick heads up. I have a feeling maybe first 10 hands. Yeah, how deep is...
Kanesh has got about 5 million, but we'll get updated chips in a sec.
I think we're just going to see like an ace high. Well, I think they might just deal.
Thanks, man.
That would be terrible. I see him, I think, was quite just up by.
3 to 1.
3 to 1 chip lead.
I've seen worse.
Shut up, let's.
Looks like we're having a quick break.
I actually don't know. We're just listening in.
I'm assuming the clock is running in the background while they talk. Maybe.
Put the chips up, we've done a deal.
This is a play.
The chips up.
Doesn't say anything about his exports. Doesn't say humble player.
I hear Kanesh saying chips are done, we've done a deal. But
What are you doing here, Max? You never deal here, right?
no, I'm never dealing in this
Unless they give you
situation.
the trophies. I've heard you like the trophies. You know?
Yeah, but I only
Just the
take the
kudos.
trophy if I win it.
Just the
I'm
kudos.
not one of these guys that just takes the trophy without winning it. Yeah.
Well,
even
that
if we
looks-
flip for the trophy,
What
that's
are they doing
okay.
there? This is
But
just a split?
That's
he's
it.
giving the chips, so that's over. There's obviously some sort of
Yeah, so it looks
side
like
deal.
What's happening there?
they've
Not even
they've done
flipping
a
for the
deal,
trophy?
and he's given him the win by the looks of it.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Well, Ganesh didn't do much. Not in a bad way. I'm saying he played very well to get
Yeah.
to second.
Yeah.
Patience is.
I think they must have done some sort of side deal with it.
They must have maybe have part of each other. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
maybe.
let's reach the end there.
Imagine, yeah.
Well, Marco, you guys. Firstly, I want to thank Max for giving up his time. Obviously, having spooked him, I was surprised he came in here.
Yeah.
Marco, it's not often we get players to come in after they've been knocked out. So thanks for coming in and giving us an insight. And
good.
with the greatest respect, one of the younger guys coming up in the game. So well done.
Thank you.
And bring more.
I shall.
Don't get too friendly with Tucker, by the way. He's a strange character.
He's a strange character.
Yeah, he's very strange.
And the hair loss and everything.
Definitely won't be the last final table we'll see Marco on.
And
Maybe
no,
this week.
for sure.
Hopefully
I
this
mean,
week
we
for-
played a
for
bit
my
in the
sake.
past.
Hopefully this week for Max.
We played a bit in the past, and
In the background we see the mini main as well.
yeah, there's an 8K. Whether or not we're going to stream that, we don't know yet. That's to be decided. But I think presumably you're going to play the main. Maybe jump in this 8K and just be a DGen.
Definitely the main. I might go home.
Yeah,
tilt
okay.
off a bit and then.
You're not going to play that 8K?
I might just jump into.
He's Max Lake Ridge.
Yeah, how much is that? I'm going to do that with you.
25 blinds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So we'll have a little
Well,
punt
shout out
there.
to Clayton. He was on 10 bigs the whole of yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it was mad.
It was amazing. It was, honestly, I sat with him the whole day. I was on his left. I didn't really believe him too much. But, yeah, just great. And he did the same in the 25K as well. Came third. Definitely player of the series so far.
Yeah.
Well, he was looking for redemption, to use Max's words. He's got it now. He's got the trophy.
And it's funny, we were needling him the whole day about how little chips he had. And look at him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ran nicely on this final table.
He
Won
did.
his all-ins, played well, and a lot of the good hands, and held up. And
I won that ace 10 against ace 6. Very good play from him. Just had a
Exactly.
flush draw. And,
yeah, that was a nice play, big pot.
what do you think about that 10-7 ace 8 hearts? Thank you. Thank you. And I called him
think
down
it was
and I was
well
right.
played. Yeah, it was well played.
you were
from
spot
both.
on. River 10. If the board pays any shoves, I was snapping.
Yeah,
Which is
interesting.
Which is interesting. Ooh.
Yeah.
Can't give Max too much strategy. Never mind. Can we cut that last bit out? Is that possible? Is
I'll
it-
do it.
Is
Don't
this
worry.
live? Is this,
No, I
is
said
this
it-
live?
We're on a 30-minute delay.
Okay, let's get that out of there.
It was a quite interesting hand. I said that you potentially would call.
Okay,
and
we're
cutting away for an interview.
we're going to cut away for an interview. So thank you guys.
Thank you so
and,
much.
And we'll see you soon.
Cheers, guys.
3, 2, 1.
So welcome back to Sun City, and we eventually have a win in the high roller. It's been an unbelievable tournament. What a magnificent field. And coming up, Trump's Clarkson. Tell you what.
Cheers, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mark. Yeah, it was a fantastic tournament. Lovely setup. Great field, always. Lots of talent in there. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
So this is your second big finish for the week. I think you finished somewhere definitely in the top 4 in the 25K, yes?
Yeah, fortunate to have a nice, decent run out here. I got third in the mega and took down the high roller, yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. 2 big cashes and a lot to come still this series. It's absolutely jam-packed here for main event weekend. We've guaranteed 2 million. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I feel like I can be a 4 million rand prize pool minimum.
Brilliant, yeah. It's all set, right? It looks all good. It's all set for some good action and some more poker to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're back at home in Johannesburg or anywhere around the country, get a flight, get a car, get to Sun City. There's a wonderful 8K event happening today with 2 different flights, 500 guaranteed. I think the 500K has already been breached in that event, so a lot happening here. Another 500K guaranteed on Saturday in the Super Stack in the afternoon. So, yeah, there's still about 3 million up for grabs here, minimum. Clarkson, all the best and congratulations again on your trophy. Go get some photographs, get a bit of rest, and I'm sure you'll jump in for flight B later.
One of the flights, for sure, 100%. Thanks a lot, guys. Cheers. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Clarkson.